Hi guys, in this React Native course, we're gonna create a clone of Uber application. It won't have all the features of normal Uber application, but we'll be able to see the map, the user location. We'll also be gonna be able to search for a destination. So let's do KFC, and you'll see the results from Google Places API, which we're also gonna configure. When you select destination, you will be able to see the route on the map. And also choose your ride from the options that we're gonna hard type it. And then you won't be able to order the ride, but all your other previous options, previous selections will be saved to the history, to the local storage of the device. This app is also gonna be created for Android. And as for stack, we're gonna be using Bell React Native maps to display the map, expo-location with expo modules to get the user location, axios to make our requests instead of fetch, emotion-css to style our application, and React Native bottom sheet for this bottom sheet component. I hope you guys are gonna like this tutorial. I hope that you will learn something new, and I will try to follow the best practices as I know it, as I understand it. And also this application is going to be written in TypeScript, so you should know at least a little bit about TypeScript. And I won't go into much details about what I'm doing, and I won't explain a great deal of things. I assume that you've already know something about React Native, or at least finished a course or maybe made some learning application on your own. So I will explain some things, but mostly like what I'm doing and mostly the logic of the application, not what React components or React like hooks, what are they doing, and I won't explain any of this. I will focus to keep things short because this course is already like 6 hours long. But I hope that you guys will stick and enjoy it, and if you have any questions, you can write them in comments. Okay, so to start with our project, you want to go to the React Native website and copy the script to init our project. Go ahead, open your terminal, navigate to the directory where you want to initialize the repo, and just paste the script, change the name to Uber clone, press enter, and wait for npx to install all the dependencies. Okay, after this is done, go ahead and open your folder in VS Code. All right, and the first thing that we want to do is to create a source folder for all our files, like folders like screens and components, and also for the move here the app.tsx file. Then go to index.js and change the path to app file. Like that. All right. Now what we want to do is configure ESLint a bit. So install all those packages that I just pasted. Right, and then just copy the configuration that I will link somewhere in the description. It's too much to write on our own, but basically that's the configuration that I've used in this project. I really like it, and it's up to you if you want to use it, but I think that it will make our life easier navigating through this project. Okay, while we are at it, let's install 2 more packages. First one will be let's see, let's go to TypeScript React Native. And we want to be able to use aliases with TypeScript. And we need to install this package for it. And then add it to... Okay, first of all, add this to our tsconfig. So tsconfig, after extends, we want to add those values, delete the pluses. Great, we don't have tests, we don't need it. Right, forgot about this. We have to paste it inside compiler options, just like that. And while we add it, we can add screens folder. Okay, now let's go to Babel config and paste this whole thing. Delete the pluses. All right, just like that. And also add screens. Next, we want to install React Native Maps, the library in the package that we'll be using to display Apple Map on iOS and Google Maps on Android. Go to installation instructions and just install it. And as you can see, it says that on Android you have to use Google Maps, which requires you to obtain an API key for the Android SDK. We'll do this in a sec. All right. And before that, we also want to install expo-location to be able to get the user location. We want to install this package, expo-location. And in order to be able to install it in a bare React Native app, you have to follow some additional instructions. So let's open this link. And as you can see here, it says for bare React Native projects, you must ensure that you have installed and configured the expo package. So let's do this. Let's copy this link, this script for automatic installation. Paste it, and it should do all the job for us. Agree to this, and let's wait. Let's do it. Let's let it do its own thing. Okay, after this is done, we can go ahead and install expo-location. So copy this whole script and type in npx, paste it, and it will install. Okay, great. And now we don't need to do this right now. We just have to add those permissions to Android. So copy those 3 permissions and add it to Android manifest file, the one in the app source main folder. Just paste it here. Make sure it's equal, save it, and run npx pod install to install expo-location package for iOS. All right. Next, there's one more package we want to install. That is emotion-css, because we'll be using this in our project. So grab this command, run it, and emotion will be installed. Meanwhile, we can start and create our first screen. That will be map screen. Inside this folder, create file called map screen.tsx, map screen.styles.ts, and index.ts. Export all from map screen. Don't mind the errors for now. Type here rfc tab. It will create this React web template, but we don't care about this. Return null for now. And now go to map screens and let's create our styled map view component, because we want to add a style for it from the beginning, so we can use emotion-css for that. Go ahead and type in export styled map view. Oh, sorry. Export const styled map view equals styled map view, and we want to give it a style of flex1, just like that. And here import our styled map view like that, and we don't want it to look like this, we want to do it like that. And it says that import should occur. Okay, that's just our slim configuration, like it groups our imports. All right, now I think we're ready to go ahead and run it on iOS to see if everything works. Go ahead, click open a project or a file. Select our project from here, iOS folder, press open. Right, let it load, ignore this warning. Select your simulator or device. For me, it will be iPhone 14 Pro. And press Command+R to run the application. It will take some time to build, as it's our first build. Just give it this time and the simulator should open. Okay, once the app has built, we don't need two of those. I will just move it next to our VS Code. Like that. Close this for now. All right, and we're ready to display the map. Let's go to our app.tsx. We can delete all of this and just create empty application, empty component, and import map screen like that. Oh, you see, the map screen should be in screens folder. Forgot about it. So move map screen to screens like that and add screens/map screen. Oh. Press Ctrl space to import it properly, like that, and add a space here. Let's reload the application. What's the issue here? Let's restart the server. That's weird. Styled map view. This looks all right. Okay, yeah, the error is here because on app.tsx I've done like exported a const. It's not a default export, but in index we still have app as a default. So we have to add 2 brackets here, save it, and now we can see the map. We can't see the user location now yet, and it doesn't show the actual region of the location. It shows the region where I'm situated in. So what we have to do now is we have to add a prop here called shows user location. And we also need to create like we have to ask for location permission somewhere. So let's create a storage folder in our source, not storage, sorry, services folder in our source folder. And let's create a file called location permission service.ts. And we want it to return null. And let's go now to expo-location documentation, scroll down and copy this part of code, paste it here, Ctrl+space to import use effect, and we also need to import all as location from expo-location. This error message we can just change to console log. And here we don't need this part of code. We also don't need this. We just want to ask for the location. And we can delete React as well. Okay, it should look like this. And now go to app.tsx and import this file here. So we want to do map screen, and we also want to do location permissions service. Like that. Give it a fragment. Let it refresh. And we should be asked whether we want to allow overclone to user location. Press allow while using application. Now we can see the user location. Come on. You can see it here in San Francisco. But what we want to do, we want to add a function that will automatically recenter this whole map on user location. And in order to do this, we have to go to our map screen folder, create new file called use map screen, because I like to keep all my TS, not TSX. I like to keep all my logic related functionality of the application. Not in the screen that I want it to be like purely UI. I want to keep all of those things here in this hook. So we wanted this hook to return an object with modals and operations keys. Like that. Don't need React. And here we can create a handler for, because this map view, it has a handler. It's called it has a callback on an event on user location change. and we want to provide this a handler to this event. So go to use map screen, type in const handle user location change. It's a function which receives an event, and this has a type of user location change event. This native event has coordinate inside, and let's see if we will have a coordinate when console logging it. So coordinate handle user location change, like this. Go here, type const operations equals use map screen, import use map screen from use map screen, like this, and here type in operations. Okay. Oh, I've made a typo. Okay, operation handle user location change, like this, and we get a console logged response with longitude and latitude position. We'll use it to center our map. So here we want to create a state, and we want to save this user location to the state. So const user location set user location equals use state. The state will have a type of user location change event, native event, coordinate, and just do set user location coordinate, like that. All right. Now what we want to do is want to create a reference for the map screen, map view component, in order to be able to manipulate it and like center this map based on user location. So let's do const map ref equals use ref. That will be null at the beginning, and it will be of type map view. Just like that, and we want to return this map view in models, so map ref. In map screen we want to access models and give ref to styled map view equals models map ref, like that. And here we want to create a use effect function, because we want to observe user location, and when it changes we want to update our map. So if user location, I want to do map ref current animate to region, import use effect, animate to region, and here we have to pass a region object. So that has 4 properties, and the first one is longitude, let's say, and it will be user location dot longitude. Then is latitude, user location latitude, and we have to add 2 more. We have to add latitude delta and longitude delta, those 2. Just copy them as I use them, because they're like a bit complicated. They basically tell the map how much focus, it should like focus to the location, so how close it should be. Just use those two values. I've used them in the production application and I like how they look. You can of course change them to what you prefer, but I think that those two looks nice. Longitude delta, save it, and as you can see, we are focused on the user location. Type in type, because we only use type from this import, like this. And so far so good, I think. What you want to do now is to make this map screen, this application, work on Android, because in order to do this, we have to configure map SDK for Android in Google Center Console. So let's do this next. Okay, so what you want to do now is to go to your browser, go to Google Cloud Console, and in the top left corner, create a new project. Name it whatever. And give it some time to be created. Right. Press select project. You see that we are now in this project. Go to API and services. And press enable APIs and services. Select Maps SDK for Android. Press enable. Okay, if anything pops, like just ignore this. Let's go back to Google Cloud Console and go to APIs and services. Let's see if indeed Maps SDK was enabled. It's enabled, so now we have to create an API key. Go to APIs and services, credentials, API keys, and here, press create credentials, API key. And just copy this value. All right, now here, first of all, save this key to .env file. You can name it Google Maps API key. We will use it later, but we'll use this file and this property later, but just for now, it's good to have this key saved somewhere. And now go to React Native Maps, to the installation instructions, and look for instructions how to enable Google Maps API key, Google Maps on Android. As you can see, we have to add this property to Android manifest file. So let's open Android manifest file and put this into application. I mean, this has to be a child of application. And we should paste our Google API key here. So let's open it up, copy it, and paste it here. Is that all? It is. All right. So now what we can do is to run it on Android and see if everything works fine. Okay, so go ahead and type yarn Android. This will run your application either on the emulator or on the real device. I will use the real device because Android emulator on macOS, it's not the fastest one. Run this command and just give it a few minutes to install. During building, we've encountered this error, and let's open Android Studio to get like bigger picture of what it means. So let's open this project, go to desktop, Uber clone 1, Android, open. Yes. And let's give it some time to float and pre-build. Okay, so Android Studio finished syncing, and it downloaded a bunch of stuff and installed, for example, this Android SDK Platform 33. And I'm fairly confident that this installing and downloading fixed our issue. So I will close Android Studio for now. Yeah, we don't care about this. And let's go back here, clear it, and try to run it again. And let's hope that this time it will run without any problems. Okay, and thankfully the build went all right, succeeded. So now we can see that on Android as well. Yeah, we can see them up, and we're somewhere in San Francisco. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because the function like runs every 5 seconds, so every 5 seconds will be centered to the user location, but this is something that we want to do. What we also want to do is get rid of this icon. We don't need it. So to do this, go to Maps screen and add a prop called shows my location button. Yeah, false. And now it is gone. All right, so good job, because the hardest thing, that is installing the application, doing the initial configuration, is already behind us. And right now we can focus on creating new components. Also, I've just noticed this compass here, left upper corner of the screen. We also want to get rid of it. So let's try compass, shows compass false. And see you guys in the next segment, where we'll be creating our two of our next components. This will be like an action button and an input. All right, guys, in this part we'll be creating the action button component, the input component, and also implementing the basic modal also with this action button component. So let's get to it. Back in our app, what we want to do now is to create a theme folder in source folder like this, and inside create file called theme.ts. Here we want to create a theme that we will use with emotion-css. So for now, let it be an empty object, and also declare a module emotion react. Sorry. Yeah, let's fix it. Emotion react. Like this. Now in theme create theme provider.tsx, and it will look something like that. Export const theme provider equals and function return, and before we can return anything, let's import theme provider from emotion, but as emotion theme provider, like that, and let's return it like that. Also, we have to import React, of course. Next, let's create an interface for this to specify what props it's supposed to receive. So it will receive children, and children will be of type React node children. Oh, sorry, theme provider props. All right, here let's return children, and it should be emotion theme provider, of course. And here we also have to specify theme prop, and theme will be imported as theme from the file that we've just created, like this. Quick fix it, and okay, we're done here. Now we can go to our app.tsx file, and here instead of this fragment, we can like wrap this app component in our first provider. So that will be theme provider, not the one from Emotion React, but the one that we've created just now. All right, now we have access to our theme in all of the components. So we want to get to creating our action button component now. I also should mention that the reason that we've created this theme provider and our theme file is that we will have a bunch of like theme related variables like colors or shadows that will be reused across the app. So we won't have to like specify them again, for example, and specify the exact, like type in the exact RGB or hex value for example, like color gray. We'll be able to grab it from our theme, and this makes app more reusable and neat. Okay, so let's go to our source folder, create folder called components, and inside that folder create a folder named round button, and create 3 files around button.tsx, round button.ts, round button.styles.ts, and index.ts, in which we will export a run button component. So here create a component that for now will return null, and we need to do some things before we'll be like able to go further with this component. We have to install 2 things. This will be React Native space area, safe area, sorry,
from which we will be able to grab insets value, and also we have to install React Native vector icons in order to be able to use icons. So first, let's go and install React Native Safe Area, React Native Safe Area context, that one. Let's copy it, open a terminal, type in yarn add, and while we're at it, let's go and grab React Native vector icons. Copy the name, type in yarn add React Native vector icons, and we will need one more. It's called React Native size matters, and this is a package that we're gonna use in order to make sure that our measurements, like units like width and height, also margins and paddings, are the same across devices with different screen sizes. So let's add it with yarn. Okay. Now let's go and see the installation instructions for React Native vector icons. And okay, let's first go with iOS. And it says that we need to browser to load modules, React Native vector icons. So the place that we've installed the package in, and drag the folder fonts, or just the ones you want, to your project in Xcode. So let's do this. Let's go to Node Models, find React Native vector icons, reveal in Finder. Here it is. And open it up. Folder fonts. Here press on this folder, Project Navigator, and alright, yeah, the only package that we want, the only font set that you want to use is Ionicons. So move it to our project, and it says that make sure app is checked under add to targets and create groups is checked. If you add the whole folder, add to targets this one, copy items if needed. We don't need to copy it, just move it like that. And also maybe let's create a new group called, for example, assets. Assets, new group inside, fonts, and here we should place the Ionicons just to keep an order, and then go and find info.list. So we can find it by clicking here, info, and fonts provided by application. We have to add this. So press plus, fonts provided by application, like this. Add an element. Oh, sorry, not like this. Delete this. Here, item 0 should be icons.ttf like this, and in the build phases tab, so here we should check copy bundle resources. Ion icons are included, so that's good. And we need to create a file like this in the root of our project. So close node modules, new file, react-native-config.js, and just copy this snippet of code. Now we should do, copy those files and install it for Android. So you should open app/build-gradle file, build Gradle, the second one, and we should just copy this snippet and add it at the bottom of the file. Delete the second one. Only need icons like that. Now we can run npx pod install, and our font will be installed on iOS alongside with 2 packages that we've installed. Okay, after this, we start our React-Native server, go to Xcode and rebuild the project. Okay, now I'm going to app.tsx and wrap our frame provider with safe area provider like that. Save it, and we will have access to inset values all across our app. Now go to run button and let's create our button. Let's write export const style pressable equals styled dot pressable equals style pressable. Let's initialize our theme here. Not initialize, but like access it. And we want to return a pressable with width of scale 45, imported from React Native size matters, height of 45, and of border radius 45 divided by 2 to make it a circle. And for now, let's add like border background color value of white. Return it in around button. So styled pressable like this, and now in map screen wrap it in a fragment and add here our round button like this. We can see that right now the round button is here at the bottom and it like cut some space, some height from the map. So in order to fix this, we want to go to round button styles and give it position of absolute and a property of top, for example 20 for now. We'll change it in a bit, and left also 20. And now we can see our round button here. Okay, so we don't want to actually do this like this. What we want to do is first of all provide this white color through our theme, not like directly here. And also we want to pass an inset to this inset value to this tiled placeable, and say that this the value of top, the distance from this button to like top border of the screen, should be a value of inset plus our custom value. So let's do this, and let's start with creating a colors file here in theme. And here we want to have two files. We want to have, two objects. We want to have a palette, which for now can just equal to white, being white. And we also want to have const export const colors equals to maybe let's do right now common background palette dot white, and of course I've made a typo here. Okay, that's better. I put it in common because white is like a very common color. We'll be using it across our components, so there is no point in putting this in like for example a specific component color. And one more thing is we want to export type colors equals type of colors, like this. That's all right. And now let's go to our theme file, and here we can import colors from colors, as well as we want to import type colors from colors, like this. We add the colors to our theme, and we want to declare it for TypeScript also, so colors of types colors, like this. And while we're at it, let's create a shadows file, because our round button will have a shadow. So the same applies. Const shadows, export const shadows equals, let's name our shadow primary, the one that we're gonna use right now, and it has a value of this, and s means scale, and we want to import it like that. And similarly, we don't want our color to be predefined here, so we want to make it a function which will accept an argument of theme of the type theme, and it will return our theme. And let's go to colors once again. Black, which will be like that. Common, shadow default, and it will be palette black, like that. And go to shadows and change this with theme.colors.common.shadow default. Okay, and also we want to change the values, added a scale here, and we're good. Let's go to our button. No, not to our button. We also need to export type of theme equals type of theme. Type shadows. Go to theme and import shadows from shadows, import type shadows from shadows, and return shadows here, and give it a type. Okay, perfect. And now in our styles, we want to do theme shadow. Right, let's change it to shadows, as it should be shadows. Save it. Shadows dot primary, like this, and get rid of this property. Let's go to our component folder, and here, first of all, you want to access insets, so use save area insets, and now we want to pass this insets value to our styled traceable. Insets equals insets, like that. And here we need to create an interface, styled traceable props equals, open square brackets, say insets, should be required, insets, edge insets. Here give it a type, styled traceable props, save it, and access it and say top, instance.top. Or if our application, our device doesn't have top instance, we want to set it to scale 15, just to give it some distance from the top of the screen. And now what we want to do is give it a value of left scale 20, like that. And we can see that we cannot see any shadow right now. I believe it might be caused by the fragment here. And let's see if we change this fragment to a view, this will work. So let's go to map screen.styles, export container, export const container equals styled view. Just give it a flex 1. Save it, and it still doesn't work. Let me see why. Oh yeah, of course the reason why it's not working is because we should pass here theme like that, and now we can see that it looks and works beautifully. We can close tiles for now. Well, not just now. Let's add two more properties. We want to align items center and justify content center like this. And in the round button, we want to add the icon. Let me see what icon it will be. Okay, so let's go and say icon. So import icon from React Native vector icons / ionicons like that. Let's see the error. Oh, we have to save the types for this. So yarn add def types for React Native vector icons. Okay, good. And now let's fix it and let's create some interface for our round button. So interface round button props, and our button can have two icons for now. It can have like a mini icon with 3 horizontal lines, and it can have a back arrow icon. And if it has a back arrow icon, there will be a function attached to this, and when you press it, then we'll go back in the application. So we actually want to have, first of all, like icon. We want to specify what type of icon our component can display. So it will be either iOS menu outline, or it will be arrow back outline. And also we want to give it an on press, which is not required, and it will be a function that will return void. So here we want to destructure the props. So icon round button props, and we want to pass name is icon, size, let's say that it will be scale of 27 like that, and we also want to the structure on press and give our stress pressable on press like this, and our button is almost ready. Now let's go to map screen and specify the icon name, iOS menu outline, and it looks very pretty. So next, what we want to do is we want to create that input that will open a model that I showed you before. Okay, so this is what we want to add. This is what the component will look like. So we have a black square, and we have a gray text of where to. Let's add the square. First of all, it will be an easy job. Export const square equals start.view with theme, and it returns an view with width of 7, height of 7, background color. And now let's actually go to colors and let's create like components, map search bar with like that. And let's say square color, and it will be palette dot black like that. So here we go, theme that colors that components that map search bar that square color like this, and we want to give it a margin right of scale 20, and we can just return it. Yep, of course. Let's reload the application. And we have it. Let me check one more thing. Yes. So in this slide pressable, we want to give it a flex direction of row. Nice. So that our like square is here and our text will be next to it. When it comes to like our text component, we want to create a global custom text component that will have a few variants that we'll be using across our application, not to create like a text component for every component that displays like any text. Let's create a common folder here. Let's create a custom text folder. And as usual, let's do custom text dot tsx. Let's close this one. Custom text styles.ts and index.ts. Export all from custom text like this. Ignore it and let's return null for now. Alright, let's start with creating an interface for custom text. So for now, let's specify variant, and now let's add one property. So we only will have for now variant body, and this will be our usual text. We also need children, and that's it for now. All right. Now maybe let's go to custom text and create our body text component. It will be the default font of size 14. And of color of, let's go here. Let's add color gray and let's do RGBA 43, 43, 43. That in 0.0 opacity. Now let's go to colors. Maybe here type in typography. body, and let's do palette.gray like this. We can move this into common. All right, and here let's specify the color property theme dot colors dot common dot typography dot body. On the other, I thought this is too much, so let's move this typography out of common. Yeah, like this. Delete this. All right. Now in a custom text component, because we will have a bunch of different like text component, and based on the variant that we specify, we want to get a like right component and return it. So first of all, let's import this component that we just created. So body text from here, and now create a function, let's say const get component, that will equals. No, sorry. We don't do this here. We do this here. And this function receives a variant. The variant will have a type of custom text variant like this. And it will be a switch. And based on variant, case body, we want to return body text like this. Let's say case default, and let's also return body text. All right. Now here I want to const component equals get component. We pass the variant. Nice. And this is our component. Let's do it with capital C. And here we want to return it. So let's do component, pass children. And this should be good for now. So now let's go to map search. And next to the square, we want to pass the text. But let's switch to our actual app, not the created one. Let's restart it. Okay, and now we can work. So, custom text. Where to? And we need to specify variant. So let's do body. And it looks nicely. All right. So now let's go ahead and create a function that when we press on the map search, we open up a model. So first of all, let's go to use map screen, create here a function. Yeah, constant handle map search bar press equals, and let's create a state that will hold information if the modal is opened. So let's do modal visible, set modal visible equals use state false. So here we just want to do, what we want to do is we want to set modal visible true. Like this. Return modal visible and return the operations the handler. That one. Go to map screen And here we want to create on press and pass the function that we just created. So operations, handle map search bar press, like that. And we should be good. So for now, obviously nothing's happened. But let's add a modal right now. So let's go to the components folder, new folder. Let's create new file, destination modal, copy the name, and create the rest of the files, and also the styles file, like this. And here we want to return a modal from React Native, just like that. All right. Let's create a container. So export constant container equals style.view. Of flex1. Import container from the styles, return it here, and we want to add some props. So interface. First of all, we want to add visible. That will be a boolean. This also will be required. So visible, destination modal props, and let's pass it visible equals visible. And all right, now let's import it. Destination modal visible equals visible equals modals.modal visible, like this. All right. So now when we press this search bar, the modal should open. All right, great. And we want to add one more thing. Let me see. We want to add an animation. So animation type equals fade. And that would be all for now. Now what we want to do is what we want to add. We want to add the round button so that we actually have some way of closing this modal. Okay, let's do this. So in the container, let's import round button like this. Yep, nice. We got the button without an icon for now. Let's specify the second icon. So arrow back outline. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to create a function that would actually close this modal and pass it to this round button. So let's go to use map screen, create a function. Let's call it constant close modal close destination modal, and we want to use set modal visible to false. Close destination modal. All right, now we want to pass it to the model. So let's create a prop, a type for it. So close destination. No, just maybe let's do close model. Yep, it will be a function that will train void like this. Close model equals operations dot close destination model, and here we want to access it, and let's create a handler for it just to like keep the nice convention. So handle round button press equals close model like that, and pass it to on press. When we click it, the model is closed. All right, and yeah, it works nicely. And the animation type is fade. It's good. What we also want to add is this close model. We should add it on to like prop on request close, because on Android devices, if you have a back button and you press the back button, the model should also close. And if we don't add this on request closed prop, then the application will go back to your menu or like whatever you opened your application from. We don't want this to happen, so let's add close model like this. Okay, so now we want to create some components that we're gonna see when we open the model. They're gonna look like this. So we open a model, and we can see here two inputs. One input that we have current location, and the other input where we can, for example, paste and look for, I don't know, like McDonald's or something. And after we build this header, we're going to implement the API request, and we're going to implement viewing the results. So let's go ahead and open our destination model. And here what we want to do is, first of all, I don't think that we need this container. So let's get rid of it here and delete it from here, and also from the import. Okay, so first of all, we want to create a flat list, because when we open this model, we will only have one component, and that is the flat list, and we'll put the two inputs in the header flat list. So let's do this. Let's type in export const styled flat list equals styled dot flat list. And in terms of flat list, we also have to do some extra coding. So it will be as type of flat list. No, as unknown as type of flat list. Something like that. Okay, let's import it. So style flat list, return it here like this, and here let's just pass some dummy data. So like this, and render item function, let's create it const render flat list item, return null, and here render flat list item like this for now. And now let's go to this destination model folder. Let's create new folder called components, because we were gonna create like a header component, And this header component will be only used in this component, this destination modal component. So we can put it here and not like in the components folder, because this will be a component of only destination modal. So let's say flat list header .tsx and return null for now, and import it here. So import flat list header from components flat list header like this, and here list header component equals flat list header. Okay, great. Now let's get to styling this flat list header. So let's create flat list header.styles.ts as usual, and let's go ahead and create a container. So export const container equals style.view. So we have a container, that's right. And we also need to add horizontal container. So let's give it flex direction of row, and width, let's maybe do dimensions get window that width minus, let's say, scale, let's try 50. All right, so here horizontal container, something like that. And now let's go to components, create a new component for let's call it destination input, copy the name, and you know what, because this will be also only using in this component, but no, let's leave it here. Maybe if the app were to grow larger, maybe we would use it also somewhere else. So stars.ts and index.ts, export all from destination input, and here return null. Let's start with the props. So as you can see here, we will have two types. We will have the first one type of disabled, and the second one the type of like active or not disabled. So we want to create two variants of this component in this application. One for the disabled style, that is disabled, you cannot like edit this input, and this will display only the placeholder. And the second one for the active type. So let's go here, type in interface destination input props. Let's do disabled. That's not required. It's gonna be a boolean. Disabled destination input props. All right. Let's go here. Export const disabled input equals styled text input. we're gonna have to use the theme here, I guess, but let's see. All right. So return if disabled is true, then we want to return disabled input. You want to return disabled input. If it's not, then let's fast create a new one. Just call it input. And of course, like make it a component. Okay, like this. And now horizontal container, let's add it quickly. But we have the first like container that will be vertical, then we have a horizontal for the decorators here, and then we need a second vertical container for the inputs. So let's go quickly here and add, or maybe we can use this container. So let's try to use it, container, and here let's add destination input. So first one will be disabled, second one will be normal. All right. Let's also go to this destination input and create two more props. You want a placeholder, string, and we want autocomplete. Not autocomplete, autofocus, also boolean. Placeholder, autofocus, and okay, as you can see, the input is way above our safe area view. So we have to add some space, some margin between the top of the screen and the button. To do this, let's go to the components folder, and I've just noticed that this custom text is not in component folders. Let's move it. And of course, we are getting some errors here. Save it, and we are good. So components, common, and here we want to create a component called spacer, because I prefer to use spacer than margin on like individual components. I think it's, I mean, when you see, for example, on the component, you see where the spaces are. You don't have to go to the styles file and then look and compare which component is which, and if it has like what creates the margin. It's all clear. So let's do it. We don't need styles here. We just need index.ts, export all from spacer, rfac, tab. Here we want to return plain view, and the spacer will just accept two props. So interface spacer props, width, number or string, and height, number or string, like this, width, height, spacer props, view style equals width and height, like this. And here let's add it, yep, here. So spacer, and let's access insets equals use save area insets, give it a height of insets dot tab. Now you can see it's better, but we want it to be below the return button, so we have to give it some additional space. Let's try 30, 40, 55. Okay, let's go with 64 now. We will fix it later if needed. What we want to do now is to further style our destination inputs. So let's do this by specifying some styles properties for this input. Let's add this theme and add minimum height of 30. Width of 100%, and padding horizontal, maybe let's do this 5. And now we want to specify a background color and a font color. So in order to do this, we want to go back to our colors. And what we want to do is we want to add a new color. It will be light gray, and it will have a value of, let's do 100, 100, 100, 35% opacity, and maybe let's do typography disabled, or maybe text disabled, like that. Palette light gray. We want to also add here color called lighter gray, and let's give it a value of RGBA 100, 100, 100, and an opacity of 10%. All right, and now in components, let's do this destination input, and maybe disabled background. Let's do palette that light gray, and active background palette dot lighter gray. Let me check if this is correct. No, the other way around, sorry. Lighter and light. And now go here, background color, theme dot colors dot components dot destination input dot disable background, like this. Yeah, we see that we have a problem with it, but we'll fix it in a sec. Let's do the same here. And here we're gonna have active background. All right. And what else should we do? I know. Here, let's do, no, here. Text color will be theme.colors dot typography dot common. like this. And now to fix our issue with the width, let's go to flat list header, container, here, let's do width 100%. Okay, now let's do align items center like this. And what we have to do now is we have to make those decorators here on the left side. But maybe before that, let's just go here and add some space between those two. So spacer, height, and let's do scale 15, maybe 10. Yeah, I think 10 will be all right. So now what we want to do is we want to go to the flatlist header and we'll create those two decorator objects. So let's do export const. Let me see what they were. So it's a circle, gray circle, a line, and a square. Circle equals styled.view theme. And let's do return width. Let's say scale 7. Let's try it. Height also scale 7. Border radius of 7 divided by 2. And background color, let's go specify this. So components, destination model, decorator circle, palette dot lighter gray, decorator decorator square, palette dot black. So background color of theme dot colors dot components, destination model, decorator circle. All right. Let's copy this, paste it, and do, maybe let's call it decorator circle, decorator line, and we want to a line that has a width of 1, height of 100%, border radius of none, and then export const. Okay, let's paste it. So decorator square, delete border radius, and let's do decorator square like this. Let's head back here, and okay, let's try it without another container. So let's do decorator circle. It's here, barely visible. Let's see if the color is right. Yeah, it is. All right. So decorator circle, decorator line, and decorator square like this, but they are horizontal, so we don't want this. We want to go here and we want to, let's do export const decorator container equals styled.view. Save it. And still we see that the height is wrongly done. So maybe instead of height 100%, let's do flex 1. Okay, that's better. And let's also try padding vertical of scale 3, maybe 10. Okay, let's try it with margin. Yeah, margin worked. So where were we? Yeah, here, do align items center, justify content center. All right. And now here we want to add a spacer with width, let's say scale dot 5, scale dot 10. Yeah, that might be good, but still we should move this square a bit up. So in order to fix this, let's go to decorators container and let's add padding vertical, scale dot 20, too much, scale dot 10. I think that it is okay. Okay, we should actually go to colors, change the decorator color to light gray. Yeah, like this, because otherwise it's not visible. And change it maybe to 5. All right. And here let's do, for example, 7. Does this look nice? I think it does. Maybe we can also add here a little bit more of space. All right. And now we can see that this is a bit to right. Let's try and center it then. So first of all, let's try and delete this. Right. So let's copy this width, place it here like that. We need to create a new container. So export const inputs container equals styled dot view like this. All right, and give it a flex 1. Yeah, align self center, and now it looks much better. All right, so there's one thing that we're missing. Let me see, and that is this horizontal line. But you know what? Yeah, we should add it. So let's go to components, common. Let's do new folder, call it divider, copy the name, divider.tsx, divider.styles.ts, and index.ts. Export all from divider, and let's see, rafc, export Yeah, const divider equals style that view theme return, and we want to return, let's give it a height of scale 1, width of 100%. Yeah, and background color of theme dot colors. Have to go here. Let's create a new one. So components divider color palette dot light gray colors components divider color. Okay, let's maybe change it to background color like this and return it. So import divider from divider styles. Right, yeah, sure, we cannot do this. Let's do style divider. Import style divider, return style divider like this. And here, grab this, wrap it into a fragment, and do divider. Okay, we can see the line. I did it this way because maybe I thought that if the divider will be full screen, it will look better. Okay, let's see. Maybe we should change the color to lighter gray. Or change the width. Yeah, so let's do here light gray. And actually the height should be style sheet dot hairline width like this, at least for now. And let's see how it would look if you put it into the container. No, full screen is, in my opinion, better. Okay, so let's leave it like this. And now what we want to do is let's go back to our destination input, and here we need to add one more property. So let's do on change text. It will be a function. All right, and we can add. Wait, so return disabled. We have to pass edit table of false like this, and here we can pass on change text equals on change text like this, and no guys, I don't think that we need this shared props because we want this to always be auto-focused. All right, yeah, autofocus equals autofocus, and okay, we can leave placeholder for now. All right, let's check it. We can write something. We can. Nice. All right. Okay, let's go to our header and maybe let's do here 10. Yeah, 10 looks better. So now let's go to our destination model and let me see what we have here. We want to create now a function for the header. I mean, not a function, but we want to like pass here an event like callback for the onChange event here. To do this, go to destination model folder, create, use destination model.tsx, and let's export constant, use destination model equals a function, return as usual models and operations like this, and let's create our state. So let's do constant destination input text set destination input text equals use state imported, and let's do empty for now. Return it. Okay, let's change this text with value like this, and now let's create a handler. So handle destination input text change equals will receive value of type string, and just do set destination input value like this, return it, go to our destination input, to our destination model, of course, and here access those two objects. So use destination model like this, and we want to pass to our flat list header two things, as I can see it. We want to pass it, let's change it like this, and so we want to pass it destination yeah, let's do this like this. So models that destination input value, and handle, or maybe on destination text change operations, handle destination text change, go to flat list header, create an interface, and here do, how did I do this? Destination of type string and destination on destination text change, and it will be a function that will have one argument, will return void. Yeah, it's the same. All right, let's add it here, and we have destination on destination change, and let's change the destination text because it will be better this way. Let them both have the same name. Destination model, destination text, Or maybe it's destination value. Okay, this will be the best way to name it. So destination value, we are looking for our second input. So let me see. Oh, yeah, we forgot to create a value here. So value will be of type string, value, and value equals value, like this. Go back here, value equals destination value on change text equals on destination text changed. Let me see. Oh yeah. So we have to add here the property, the argument string. Okay. And now let's go to our use destination model here, and let's console log the value to see if we get anything. So let's do test, and yeah, we get the value. Now we can move on to making the API request to get the list of search elements that we've been looking for. So for example, if we type in, I don't know, Starbucks, we want to get the list of Starbucks in our area. And to do this, we'll be using the text search API, search in like Places API. We use this because we can use ambiguous text, so the user doesn't have to be clear in what he's looking for. He just can type coffee and the Starbucks will pop up in the search results. And we also can use location filter. So we want to pass the current location of the user that we've accessed earlier to this API request, because we want to be sure that first the places near him will appear. So let me see how does it looks. So here we will be using this URL, and we can specify the language of the request and also where is the location. Here we can specify the coordinates of the user. So in order to be able to use and access the location, we have to make some small changes, because currently we have the location saved in our local state in use map screen. I think that this is a good idea to put this value into the context, because the location is something that might be used across the application in different components in different screens. So it doesn't make sense to pass this location via the props to this screen. We could do this, but I guess it's better to put it in context. It makes more sense if the app were to grow larger. So let's go to our files, and in the source folder, create new folder. Let's call it context. And here create a file called location state context.ts. tsx. And here we can, you know what, maybe change it to user location. Yeah, like this. User location state context. And here we want to do a bunch of stuff. Let's start with creating the context. So we can delete this for now. Let's write const use location state context equals a function. And here we'll use useState to hold the user location values. So user location set user location equals useState, like this. And here we can specify the type because it will be different for what we have now. We don't need all the values that we previously had. So let's create type user location equals, we'll just need coarse object, let's say, and here we need latitude, that will be a number, and longitude, also a number. That's all that we have, all that we need. And maybe let's leave it like that. Here we want to return user location and set user location. Now let's create a type, location state context value. This will be the type for the create context function. So user location state value equals return type of use location state context, like this. Now let's create our the context. So const user location state context equals create context. Give it a type of user location state context value or null, and it will receive null for now. Now let's export a function, not a function but the component, location state context provider equals, it will receive children. Let's initialize here the context value. So user location state context value equals use user. Okay, let's add it here. Use user, like this. Maybe let's pass here value so that it is clear that we're using the value. Okay. And let me see. Okay, here we want to return location state context dot provider. Sorry, user location context dot provider. Pass children here. And we want to give it a value of user location state of this. Basically, we have to make interface for it. So props children React node, like this. Add it, and now we can create a hook that will allow us to use the value of the context. So let's do use user, export const use user location state context equals const context use context. Here we specify user location state context like this. And if context is not here, then we want to throw an error. And let's say use user location state context must be used inside user location. Oh, I keep forgetting about the user. Inside user location state context provider, like this. If context is here, we will return context, like this. I think it's pretty neat. So let's go with what we created here. First of all, we've created the user location state context. So this hook just holds the value and returns the value. Later, we've created the context with create context, and we've passed it a type of whatever is returned from this context value. Then we created the provider. So we've just returned the provider that is created via the create context function, and we gave it a value of user location context value. User location state context value. So this value is exactly those two things. And then we created a hook that we'll be using in, for example, our use map screen hook. And this basically just will return us a context, and the context being those two values. I hope all is clear. And now we can go further. So we can go to our use map screen. And here we can, first of all, delete this state. We don't need it. And now we should be able to use the newly created hook. So let's try it. Let's do constant user location equals use user location state context, like this. Let's destructure it. All right. And also here we have a function set user location. All right. But we see that like the types are different. So we no longer have user location dot longitude or dot latitude. What we have is we have user location dot coords dot latitude, and the same with longitude, like this. And we also cannot save user location. We cannot save this object. We have to create the object that will match whatever the new type of the user location state context. So let's do coords latitude. So it will be coordinate latitude, and longitude coordinate longitude. We see here we have an error that, first of all, we see this error that we've created, that use user location state context hook must be used inside user location state context provider. So that's good, because we see that our check is working. But let's fix this now, and we want to fix it. Just cut this function and check if coordinate is not undefined, like this. So now go to app.tsx, and we have to wrap those two in user location state context provider, like this. Save it, and we're good. Let me see if everything is all right. Yeah, it seems so. Before we get to creating the hook that we'll be using to make the request the API, we need to configure a bunch of stuff. So as you can see here, in this location bias example, we have to pass our API key to the request. So in order to be able to use the key that we've placed into Google Maps, into the .env file, we have to install a package called react-native-reanimated, this one. And let's do this. So let's copy this, go here, yarn add the react-native.env, and what's next? We have to add this plugin to our Bubble RC setup, or like Bubble config, whatever. And yeah, just copy the name. Okay, it doesn't need to be first or last, so let's put it here, like this. And one more thing that we have to do, it's connected with TypeScript. We have to go to our types folder, which we don't have yet. So create types folder here, create new file, call it env.d.ts. And here we have to declare a module. So declare module called @env. And this module will have const. It is called Google Maps API key of type string. Okay, and having done that, we also have to go to our TS config, and beneath paths, add a property called type roots, and here specify the folder. So src, like this, src/types, like this, and this should be enough. Let's restart our project. And we've declared this module just so that when we import env, we actually, like, TypeScript will know what is the constant of this env file. So now we can create our query hook to get the list of places. So let's create a new folder called modals in source folder. Inside this, let's create a folder called places because of Google Places API. And here let's create a file called use text search query.ts, something like this. And let's create a function. All right. And our text search query will accept one argument of search query, and it will be a required argument of string, like this. And what we want to do now is we want to install axios that we'll be using to make our GET request. So yarn add axios, like that. Okay, now we can close this. And here let's first create the state in which we will be holding our response from the Google API. So let's do response data, set response data equals use state. And for now, let's not specify the type. We'll do this in a second. Next, let's maybe write our request URL, which will be this. All right. And now let's create a use effect that will be run when we initialize this use text search query. So let's create a snippet here. Sorry. Import use effect. And here we want to open parentheses, create an async function like this. Yeah. And here we can write our axios request. So what we want to do is we want to await axios request URL, and we want to import axios like this. But we also want to pass some params to this. So second argument will be our config, and in our config we want to add some params, and those params will be, first of all, query. So it will be our search query. Second param will be our location, which for now let's do null. And third param will be our key. And this key will have to import from env. So let's see if we can just write Google Maps API key. Yep, we can. Let's add the missing dependency here. All right. And yeah, here we can also do a try catch. And if we catch an error, let's console log the error. And if this goes well, then we want to set response data like this. And do we need something more? Yeah, we have to access our location. So to do this, let's just do const user location equals use user location standard context. And now let's pass it to our location here. We have to pass it as a string. So let's do user location that course that latitude, and then we want to do user location that course dot longitude like this. Out both of them here like that. And last thing we want to do is that, oh, okay, actually this is, we have to wrap it again in parentheses, paste it, but keep the parentheses and add two new one. And this will like launch our anonymous function here when the use effect is run. So, all right. But we don't want to run this function if search query equals no, we want to make sure that search query is defined, and if it's not equal, empty string. And my mistake here, search query can be undefined because our like first value of this is undefined. All right, and yeah, open square brackets, paste our code like this, and for now we should be good. We can go here and we can return response data like this. And
yeah, I think that now we can check if this is working. After we check if this is working, we'll specify the type of our response in order to be able to access its properties and it to be fully typed when we'll be using creating a render item function in our flat list. Okay, so let's go to our use destination modal hook, and here let's create const request data equals use text search query like this, and pass here destination input value. All right, and now if we console log request data like this, it's undefined, it's good. But when we go here and we type, for example, let's do, I don't know, McDonald's. All right, it's still undefined. Let's check why. And to do this, let's open a flipper and we'll see if our request has any errors in it or what's the matter. Let it connect like this, like that. Enable plugin network. And let's see. Oh, yeah, this API project is not authorized to use this API. All right, at least the error message is clear. So let's go to credentials and let's try to find how to enable it. So let's go to API and services and let's see if we can find it. So let's write places. Yeah, here it is. Press enable. Cancel. And let's go back, just make sure if it's enabled. Yep. All right. So now let's try to do this query again. Maybe let's reload the application and here let's delete our logs and let's do McDonald's. All right. So it turned out that I had to enable billing in my Google console. So if you get this error, just go to your API and services and follow the error message, or go to billing and enable the billing for this particular project. And hopefully after I've done this, we should get some response. We don't, because, oh no, okay, we can see that we get something. All right, but here in our use text search query, we still, oh, it's response data. Let's try it one more time. McDonald's, and yeah, we receive the data. Great. But as you can see now, we have this problem, because every time that we type a letter or like change a value, you can see it here. So you see for M, the API request goes. MC, it goes. MCD, it goes, and so on and so forth. So we just wanted to make like a one request. We wanted to make a McDonald's request, but we finished with like doing, I don't know, 8 or something requests. And to fix this issue, this is a common issue when you're like making a request. So to fix this, we can use a hook called use debounce. This one, I really like it, so we can just add it. That's the one. So let's add it. You could do this hook like yourself, but if it exists on GitHub, I don't see a reason why we should not use it. And it works like this. So we have to write const, for example, debounced destination input value equals use debounce destination input value, and let's put 300 milliseconds. And now pass this value to our use query. Function. But wait, let me see what's the... Oh, it has to be destructured like this. And now let's clear it. Let's go here, clear it also, and let's test it. So let's write McDonald's. And you see, we have like two requests. We should get one. So let's try it again. Let's reload the application and let's write it again. So McDonald's, maybe I'm writing too slow. So let's maybe do 500 just so I can show you guys what I mean. And let's write, first of all, delete it and write McDonald's like this. And you can see that we get only one request with query McDonald's, exactly what we wanted. All right, so that's done. Next thing that we want to do is we want to create types for our use text search query. Okay, let's go ahead and create in our modal/places a folder called types like this. And let's here create a file called text search item.ts. Here export type text search item like this. And let's take a look and see how it looks in our Flipper. So we see that each result has a formatted address that we'll be needing and using. It has an icon, it has geometry, and it also has PlaceID there that will be also needed, and name here. So we basically want to get like those 3 or 4 values. So let's create an item, type, and let's do it. So first of all, formatted address like this of type of string, and then geometry. It has location and lat, number, L and G number like this. And here we only type in properties that we'll be using. There is no point in typing all of those properties. So then let's do icon, string, name, string, and place ID, string. Let me see if that's correct. Place ID, name, geometry,
location here, formatted address. It all seems to be okay. So yeah, let's go to our use text search query, and here we want to create a type called let me see, let's call it type text tag search query response equals axios response, because we'll be using axios. And here we want to pass an object, and let me guys show you, because we receive results array and status. So we only need status and results because we're not doing pagination, we're not doing anything like that. Let's just do this status string and results array of items that we just created. So let's do status string, and here let's do results, and this is an array of text search item like this, and let's import it. So import text search item from types like this. All right, and now actually you have to go here and change it a bit. So we have to do axios.get, and in this get we can pass our type. So here you can see that axios get t equals any, r equals axios response. So we leave this t as any because we just want to specify the response. So do any and text search query response like this, and now it shows that argument of type is not accessible to set station action undefined, because we also need to give the type to our state. So it will be text search query response, and we just will be passing the data here. Okay, I think that for now this is exactly what we want, and we can close all of those unnecessary files and go to destination model and use destination model. Those two will be needing right now, and delete this console and maybe create a model in return this response data. Let's call it let's see how we can call it. Okay, let's just do text search query response data. Pass it. Yeah, and we're good. Now let's go to data and do models that text search query response data. And okay, see, I think the problem here is that this can be undefined in some cases. So in order to fix this, you go to use destination model, and if this is undefined, we want to pass an empty array like this. And oh no, actually the error is that response data is an object. It's not an array. So we have to do response data dot results like this, and now the error is gone. Okay, now in the components, let's create a new folder for a new component. Let's call it location list item, or maybe not location, let's do let's do place, because the place API, and let's do place item like this, and let's do place item dot tsx, place item dot styles dot ts, and index dot ts, export all from place item, and let's do null for now, and we can specify the props that we want to get here. So interface place item props, and we want name of the place, it's a string. We want address, it's a string. We want icon URL, it's a string. And we want on location item press, which will be just a function like this. And let's place it here. All right, let's go back to the destination model, and here let's return this place item like this, and let's get item here. We see that item has any type, so we have to do item equals text search item like this, and yeah, place item text search item. Okay, let's leave them differently named, whatever. And here I want to do name item dot name. What else? Icon URL equals item dot icon. Address will be item dot formatted address, and on location item press, let's just do here for now handle location item press equals empty function like this. Or you know what? No, that's a bad idea. Let's just do on press, and let's do an empty function. And I see that we can just change it into on press, because we'll just have one on press in this place item component. So like this. And now let's get to styling our place item component. Let's start with creating our container, or yeah, container. So export const just container equals styled dot table opacity, and let's just do flex direction row, align items center, and let's give it a height of, I don't know, 50. All right. And let's return it. And let's put on press here. Okay. Next, let's make space for icon. So let's do export const icon container, because we want this container to have a blue background. So let's do styled view theme return. Let's do height scale 45, width scale 45, border radius scale 45 divided by 2, so we get a square. Align items center, justify content center, like this. And we want to go to our colors and add a new color. So we will add a blue color. It will have a value of 4A 80 F5, this nice blue color. And in our components, let's go and create PlaceItem and icon background like this, palette.blue. Let me see if we need some other color in this PlaceItem styles. Yeah, we will need one more color. So let's do icon tint color, or without the color, just do icon tint. And let's do palette.white. I think that it is all. Yeah, background color, theme dot colors dot components dot place item that icon background, like this. Now let's do an image component. So export const image icon image equals styled dot image theme return width. Let's do scale 20, height scale 20, and tint color theme dot colors dot components dot place item dot icon tint, like this. And here we want to do icon container, want to do icon image, and we want to pass source equals object URI and icon URL like this. And nice, we have our icon, and we can continue with the rest of our components. Okay, now let's do text container equals styled dot view, and we want to do flex 1 and flex shrink also 1, so that the text doesn't go out of the width of this component. And that should be all here. So text container like this, and here let's do custom text, but we will have to add another variance to this. But let's do name and address. So this custom text will take name. All right. And what we want to do is we want to let's create here spacer with value height equals scale 3, like this. Copy this, and here let's do address, and let's do maybe 5. Let's see how it looks. Before we add variants, let's go to destination modal, and let's do one more thing. Let's create some space between each list item. So let's do let's do maybe here const item separator component. So let's do const item separator component equals it will be just spacer with height of, let's say, scale 10 for now. Let's try 10. Equals item separator component, like this. Or maybe we can do 15 or even 20. Let me see. Let's go with 15 for now. Okay, and maybe this has to be a function then. Yeah. So this is like this. Copy this, put it here, and we should be good. All right. So now let's go to our custom text. So custom text styles, and we want to create 2 new variants here. So let's do maybe export const title text equals styled dot text theme return, and let's do font size scale 15, font weight of 700, and color of theme dot colors dot typography dot common. And let's do now export const caption text styled that text theme return. We want to do font size of scale 13, and we want to add a new color. We want to add gray color. Oh no, we don't have to add it. We already have it as body, right? So custom here, do color, and write theme dot colors dot typography dot body. Now go to custom text dot tsx, and here import title text and caption text. add those variants here. So title or caption, like this, add 2 cases, and title, we return title text, caption, we return caption text, like this. All right, and now let's go here and let's specify variant title. All right, and here let's do variant caption, like this. It's not looking bad, but we still need to do some things. So first of all, we want to add some space between this icon and the text container. So let's do spacer, width, scale 10, better. And now what we want to do is to put a divider under the text container, like this, and we have a line. It looks nice, emo. And now what we want to do is we want to create let's go back and let's check how it will look if we give it a 20. So let's maybe try 70. Okay, like just do whatever you like. I will stick with 17. And what we want to do is in the container, we want to add some padding horizontal. Let me see. Yeah, let's do it. Padding horizontal, let's do scale 20. Or maybe 15. Okay, take a look. When we scroll our list, the whole flat list is being scrolled. What we want to do is we want to set that this header stays in the same place. Fortunately, it's very easy to do. Just go to your styled flat list and type in a prop called sticky header indices, like this. And what we want to do here is we want to create an array and just do 0, like this. And now the header stays in place, but we can see that the header now is transparent. So let's go and fix this. Let's go to our flat list header component. Yeah, this is a container, so flat list header styles. Here is the container, and we have to add a background color here. So let's access theme, return what we had, and now do what we want to do. We want to do background color of theme.colors.common.background, and it's almost okay. But as you can see, because we did this thing with the width previously, we have to get rid of this. And here let's do with 100%, like this. And what we also want to do is let's try and do align items center. All right. And the other problem is that, let me see, we have this. So if we just move spacer and divider inside the container. All right. So we can delete this fragment. And next thing is that we want to create some white space between McDonald's, the first item, and our divider. But I don't think that we want to do this here, because if we add a spacer here, it's gonna be a white space. I mean, it's not bad, but I prefer to do it the other way around. I will show you in a sec. For now, delete this and add scale 15, maybe a bit. Okay, no, let's leave it at 10. Okay, so in the end, we're gonna do the fragment here because we want to have a spacer outside the container. Oh, my bad. Like this. And now we have the space that we wanted. Let's try with 15. But this space is transparent. And also, we should do 15 here. This way, it looks the best, in my opinion. Take a look, and we can see here that our last element is hidden, like it should be like this, because there should be a padding bit behind this red line item. I don't know how to call it. So in order to change this, let's go to destination model, style flat list, destination model styles, like this. And we have to create a style, but we will use styles like this, and we will create a style sheet. So let's do style sheet that create, and we want to create flat list container. And here, what we want to do is, let me think. Okay, other way. We want to use styles, and we'll create a function because we want to do padding bottom here of value insets that bottom, or if it's an Android without bottom insets, let's do scale. I don't know, 10 maybe. And of course, we pass insets here, and it will be edge insets like this. Import scale. Let's go to destination model, and here, first of all, const insets equals use save area insets. Now import use style, use styles, and do const styles equals use styles plus insets here, like this. And content container style equals style flat list container, like this. Reload our application, type in McDonald's, and you see we have this space. Nice. Okay, now when the user presses on some item, we want to save those coordinates to our state in the user map screen. So I mean in use map screen. Now we have no place to save it, and I will show you guys something, because later we want to show a route between one point and the other point. So we want to show this route, so show the markers and then create a route. And in order to do this, we'll use this package. It's called React Native Maps Directions. And here you can see that we have to provide an origin, destination, and then it will draw a line on the map. So we can install this package now. We'll use it later. All right. And as you can see here, we also want to show two markers. So the marker with like current user location and destination user location. So we can create here a state. Let's do map markers like this and set map markers equals use state empty array. And this will have a type of latitude longitude array like this. We want to return it map markers. And okay, we want to now create a handler. So let's do const. Okay, let's put it here. So const handle PlaceItem press a function. We're gonna pass coords here. They will be of lat-lang type. And what we want to do now is if a user presses the item, we want to do two things. First of all, we want to set map markers, the 0 position of an array of actual user location. And then we want to add a second element of the array of the location that he have chosen. So let's add the first array. So let's do const data equals map markers like this. Or you know what? There's no point in doing this because yeah, let's just do it like this. And first item will be our let me check latitude longitude. So the first item can be just user location dot coords like this, and the second one can be coords. All right, and now we can do set map markers. Basically, we can just copy this, do it like this. All right, and okay, undefined is not accessible to lat-lang. So what we have to do is we have to check if user location dot coords. Then let's go ahead and set this like this. And after this is set, or yeah, we want to also set modal visible to false again. Let's just pass this function, go back to our application and go to map screen, destination modal. Let's do on PlaceItem press equals operations that handle PlaceItem press. All right, destination modal here, and let's do on press. Wait, there is one thing we have to do. This should return a function like this. Okay. Now let's just do void. Let's see if it's all right. And be sure to name it correctly. Okay, we have to pass here chords, lat, length, like this. All right. And here, let's access this function, and let's do on PlaceItem press item dot geometry dot location. Type void is not accessible to type. All right. Let's try one more thing. Yep, because this is a function that will return a function, an empty function like this. Okay, and here we have a problem. So we have to do latitude, so it will be item dot geometry dot location dot latitude, and longitude item dot geometry dot location dot longitude. All right, and we're good. Let's close all of this and open use map screen again and map screen. And now we want to create a function that will just render the map makers. So let's do this. Okay, but before we do this, let's go back to destination model. And I forgot to give this a key value. Key will be of item that place ID, like this. And now we can create here the function. So styled map view, like this. Let's open this component and do models.mapmakers. Okay, let's do it like this. So constant render map markers equals and here, sorry, we're gonna do return map models.mapmakers dot map item, and for each item we want to return marker. So marker coordinate, we want to do item dot, yeah, just item. And also we want to give this a key, so let's do item index, and let's do a key of, I don't know, index, like this. And here again, open and do render map markers, like this. All right, and we should be good. Now let's check if this thing works. So let's do McDonald's
and we see we have one marker, and now let's look for the other marker. Yeah, here it is. All right, so having those two values, we can now easily display a route between those 2 points. So let's see how it should look. Map view directions. Where is it? Here. Let's do map view directions. And here we need origin. So let's do modals.mapmakers 0. Destination equals modals.mapmarkers 1. And we need API key equals Google Maps API key. Okay, the same problem as before. We'll fix it in a second. Let's take a look. Google Maps directions API key. Okay, so we need to enable one more API. Let's add it. And it will be directions. Enable. And we should be good. Let's reload the application, try it again. So go here, type in McDonald's, and you can see we have a route. The map is not yet centered to show us the route, but we'll deal with it next. Now let's theme this route. All right, let's do here stroke color, and you have to add new color here. So let's do screens, map screen, and let's do what you want to do. Directions, stroke, like this, palette, that. Let's do blue, theme, dot colors, dot screens, dot map screen, dot direction stroke, and also let's do stroke width equals scale 5, like this. And let's see how it looks now. So McDonald's, I've chosen a different one, I think. So, oh, that one's far away, but the line is visible and it looks nice, in my opinion. There's one thing that I've noticed is that when we open this modal, this input is not auto-focused, and I don't like it, and we should check why this is happening. And also now I've noticed that if we clear this input, those values should be gone. So first of all, let's fix the autofocus. So let's go to destination
modal and flat list header, and let's add auto focus. Okay, it is autofocused. Nice. So now let's go and let's clear those values. So we want to go to use destination model, and let's take a look here. Maybe it should be use text search query. All right, so okay, so if the search query is undefined or it is equal to empty string, we want to set response data to undefined like this, and that does it. Let's try it. So McDonald's, we are clearing it, empty. Okay, great. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to center, we want to fit our coordinates into the map, into the screen. So let's do this by, we will use a callback from map view directions. It's called onReady. And it will give us an object with a bunch of informations like the duration of our route, the length of our route, and also all the coordinates that we will then fit into our map view. So let's create a handle map directions on ready equals, let's say route info map directions response, and we just want to save it to the state. So let's create a new state. Let's call it route info, set route info equals use state, and give it a type of map directions response like this. And here we just want to set it like that. Return this operation, this handler. Route info is already declared. All right. Yeah. So let's do. Okay. Let's do map directions. Set map directions like this. And we are good. Now go to map screen and do operations that handle map directions on ready. Let's delete this ready. This on. Let's just leave it ready like this. All right. Now let's try it. And yeah, we actually don't have anything like to see because we just save it to the state. That's not a problem. So let's now create the function that will fit all those coordinates on the map. So go here, create a use effect snippet, and inside do mapref.current.fit to coordinates. Pass here the coordinates, directions that coordinates like this. Add it to the hook, and we also want to pass here options. So we want to add edge padding, and let's do top of those edge paddings are like, we want to pass them because we don't want our route to be shown under our top elements. So let's do top. It will have a value of insets, so we have to access them. Use safe area insets. This is the top. Insets.top plus, let's say, scale 15, like this. Bottom, let's do scale 15. Left scale 15. And right scale 15. Like this. Add insets.top. Then array. And let's see how it looks. So let's go Starbucks. And we also want to check if map directions that coordinates are defined. So like this. And you see it is centered, but we still have to hide this input when our map route is visible. So let's create it. Let's check here if map maker's length equals 2, because if it equals 2, then we're sure that map markers are displayed on the map and that our route should also be displayed. So let's go here and let's do const is route visible, like this, and let's check if map markers dot length equals 2, and let's return it in the modals like this. And if it's true, then we just want to hide this. So let's do modals that is route visible. If it is, then we want to return null. If it isn't, then we want to return the object. And while we add it, let's do the same for our icon. So if modals is route visible is true, then we want it to be arrow back outline. If it's not, then we want it to be the menu, like this. And we also want, when we press this arrow, we want it to go to the previous state. So we want to clear the route, the map makers, and we also want to center back to the user location. So let's do it. Let's create a handler. So handle round button press equals, and if is route visible, then what we want to do is we want to set map makers to an empty array. Let's try it. Handle round button press like this. Let's press it. All right, but see, now we're not centered to the location. So what we want to do is we want to find the use effect that is responsible for centering to the user location. We can copy this function and we can put it in a separate function. So const center to user location equals this function. All right. Now we can put it in the use effect. So center to user location, like this. Pass here. And here we get an issue that center to user location makes the dependencies of use effect hook, that one, change on every render. So what we want to do is just wrap it in use callback. And like this. Here creates dependency array of user location. All right. And the second thing is that where is it? user location, handle user location change. We don't want to update the user location if the user has opened the modal and, for example, is looking for something, let's say Starbucks, because this can cause, like, using it on a real device when, for example, your location changes because GPS updates it constantly. So it can occur that, for example, multiple requests will go to the backend because, let me guys show you, every time user location codes change, this useEffect function is firing. So let's do it that we only will update the user location if, so let's add it here, if, first of all, modal modal visible is false, so we don't see this modal, and second of all, map markers is, how did I call it? All right, yeah, root visible is false, like this. And now we can see that we press it and, and here we also have to pass this function, call it. So now we go to Starbucks, we press the back arrow, and we are centered back to this location. Now let's see if it runs well on Android. But before we do this, let's go to styles.xml, and here, beneath the customize your theme here, we have to pass two properties. So we want to pass, the first item is force dark allowed false, and second one is Android text color of black. Why I want to do this? Because Android by default, if you run your phone in the dark mode, it would try to make our React Native app run in dark mode also. We don't want that. We want to control our dark mode ourselves. But in this course, we won't be dealing with dark mode. And also, we want to set text color to be black because it connects with like force dark mode here. And if your phone is in dark mode, then the text color will be white, and you want it to be black. All right, so let's run our Android app with VR Android. And let's wait a bit for the app to build. So this is our Android app, and you can see that the space between this button and our input is too small. So let's fix it. Let's go to our map search bar. I think so. Yeah, map search bar styles. And here you can see that we pass inset stop plus scale of 60. So on Android, we don't have to have like inset stop. So let's check if inset stop are present. If not, let's pass scale 15 like this. And now you can see that it looks good. Let's open the modal. And here you can see that our placeholder is white, and also the space between those two elements is too small. So let's go to our flat list header, and here do the same as we did before. So if it's 0, then do scale 15 like this. All right, and now in our destination input, we want to pass this disabled input a prop of placeholder text color. Let's first access our theme. Let's do theme equals use theme like this. Paste it here. And let's do placeholder text color equals theme.colors dot typography that text disabled like this, and now it looks better. Let's type in Starbucks. And you can see that it works well. Great. So now let's do two more small fixes. And when we have our keyboard open and we press on an item, you see that it doesn't go straight to this item. First, it closes the keyboard. We don't want that. So let's go to destination modal. And here we want to pass a prop called keyboard should persist tabs equals always. And now when we press an item, it goes straight to this item. And second prop will be that if we scroll the keyboard like this, we want our, scroll the list like this, we want our keyboard to hide. So let's do keyboard dismiss mode equals interactive, like this. And here now you can see that the keyboard is hidden. So now we can create a history of user past searches. And to do this, we'll want to use a package called react-native-async storage. We'll use it to install the searches to the user, the phone's memory. And let's see. Yeah, copy the script. We'll also need to install the pods after this. Let's run it. And afterwards, we also need to rebuild our project. Okay, after the app has rebuilt, in the source folder, create a folder, or you know what? In the services, just create a file called storage.ts, like this. And here we'll have two functions. First of all, we have a function that will save an item to storage. Here we want to pass a key, and we want to pass a value that we want to save. And let's do a try catch console.log error, like this. And in try we want to, let's do this an async function. So we want to await async storage set item key and value, like this. Second function will be get item from storage, also an async function. And here we just want to pass a key, like this. Try catch console log the error. And here we want to do const item equals await async storage get item, pass it a key, and if item exists, we want to return the item, like that. And you know what? Maybe let's move this storage file to a new folder. Let's call it utils, because those are just two helper functions. It's not a service, in my opinion, so it's better to move it to utils. And now we want to create a hook that will search this, save search history items to the storage and get them. So go to source folder, create folder called hooks, because it will be a hook. And let's do use search history.ts export use search history. Export const And all right. So here, first of all, we can create a state in which we will hold our search history items. So let's do search history items, set search history items equals use state, like this, and type it will be any array. All right. Now we want to create a use effect in which we will get the items for the provided key. So here, let's open parentheses, write a function like this, and let's do const items or item get item from storage. We pass a key, and if the item exists, we want to set search history items to item, like this. Oh yeah, right, we have to await it first. Argument of type string is not all right. Okay, so before we do this, we want to do one more thing, because every time we save something to our async storage, it has to be a string. So when we get an item from storage, it's also a string. Even if it's an object or an array, it has to be stringified first. So now what we want to do is we want to do const previous searches, and we want to parse this item that we get. Now this can be an object or an array. This will be an array in our case. And yep. And also what we want to do is we want to restrict the number of these searches to let's say 15 max. So let's write a comment that we want to restrict number of searches, like number of history items, to 15. And to do this, we just can take previous searches and we can slice it at start position 0 and at index let's say 14. So this will slice 15 elements. And if the previous searches array is lower than 15, then it will do nothing. So if it's lower than 15, then we do nothing. If it's 15, or sorry, if it's over 15, so 16, we are deleting here the last element. All right. Now let's create a function that we will use to add items to our search history items. We'll create a function that we'll use to save items to the storage, like this. You want to pass item of type any, and let's do, first of all, we want to see if the item that we want to add is already in our search history items array. If it is, we don't want to add it again. We just want to move this item to the top of the list. So let's check it. Let's do maybe const filtered data equals search history items dot filter. We want to filter search search item, and we want to return all the items that are not our item here. So let's do search item is not an item, like this. Oh, it shouldn't be in the use effect function. Sorry for that. And now we want to set search history items. We want to do item, put it in the first data. I mean, on the first position on index 0. And then we want to do filtered data like this. But we get an error. Type any or undefined must have a symbol iterator. Oh yeah, that's because we have to pass an array here, so that it is never undefined. All right, and now what we want to do is we want to save item to storage, and we want to save this whole array. So we want to pass a key, let's say places, and we want to save JSON.stringify because we have to stringify our array. And what we want to do is just copy this like that. And now we can return 2 elements. We can return our search history items and add item to search history like this. All right, now let's go to our use destination model and actually use this hook. So let's do const search history items equals use search history. All right, and yeah, let's pass here places, and we want to. All right, so instead of this, we want to pass search history items like that, because if it's not our history searches, then it is an empty array. So it's all good. And let's go to the destination model here. And here we have to let's just delete this function and or you know what? No, we don't want to delete it. Let's leave it for now, but on PlaceItem press, we have to change this a bit. So we actually want to pass this function to our hook like that. And here we have to create a type. So let's do type use destination model with capital, and we want to copy this. It equals latitude, longitude, like this. Add it here, and do on PlaceItem press like this. All right, and now we want here to create a handle for our items. So let's do const handle item handle PlaceItem press equals a function, and what we want to do is we want to copy this, do it like this. Here place an item of text search item, and second of all we want to add item to search history. We want to add our item to the search history. So just do item, return it, and here we actually, because we want to pass parameters to this function, so operations that handle destination in handle place item press, like this. We pass here an item, and what we want to do is we want to return a function so that it is not called at the render. Oh, my bad. Like this. Here put return. All right, save it. And now let's try it. So let's go here and type in Starbucks. We press it and nothing happens. Let's see why. On PlaceItem. Okay, I know. The reason why nothing happens is because here we wrap this in a function, so we're returning a function, but this has been wrapped in the function before. It has been done in use map screen. Here, return function. So we just have to copy this, get rid of the function like this. Here in our destination model, let me see what's an issue here. Type void is not accessible to type. Yeah, where do we have this error? Destination model. Oh yeah, here we just want to do void like this, and also do the same in our use destination model. Okay, error is gone. Now let's press it. Nice. We see here our root, and let's now see. Okay, we also see the history, but we can see that it is not filtered. Let's check why. I mean, it is filtered by, we can see that we have two exact duplicates here. So we can fix this by going to our reduce search history. And here we are checking if this object is the same as this object, but actually JavaScript is checking if those two objects have the same object reference, which it's not the same. And what we can do in this case, we can just check if those two objects have the same place ID field, like this. And now let's try it. So go to Starbucks, press it, go back, delete it, and you can see that we only have one Starbucks here. So it's working. If we wanted to make this more bulletproof, yeah, I think we can do this. So let's add another parameter. Let's add a parameter with which we will be checking here if the item is the same. So maybe let's call it, let's maybe do, I don't know, ID key. And this will be of type string, and it is required. And here we can do ID key like this, ID key. And now we will specify each time that we use this use search history, what key we want to use. So let's add here key of name place ID like this. And let's try it again. Starbucks. Press it. And let's hope that we only have one here. We only have one. That's nice. And what we also want to add while we edit is that every time the user closes this modal, we want to clear our input here. So let's go to destination modal. And now we have to put this function into our hook. So let's do it similarly. We want here to pass closed modal. We want to delete this function. And let's copy the type. Let's go to use destination modal, add it, access it, and create function const handle round button press equals. So we want to close the modal, and we also want to set destination input value of empty string. Pass it here, so operations dot handle round button press. All good. Let's try it. Now let's maybe select another Starbucks and see if it pops on the first place of our history list. Close it, open it. So we can see that the name is still here. And actually it is because when we select this round button is the round button from our map screen, not this round button. So we want to change a bit our functions here. Here we just want to close the modal, but we also want to add a new function. It will be handle modal dismiss like this. And in this function, we'll set the destination input value to an empty string, return it, and in our destination modal, let's do on dismiss operations that handle modal dismiss like this, and it should work. So let's try it once again. Modal has been dismissed. The input should be clear now. We go back and it is cleared. Nice. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to create this nice animation for our input. So right now, when we click on it, it stays in this place. It doesn't go up or down. And in our created application, when we press it, you can see it goes down. And when we close the modal, it goes up. I think this is really nice animation. And let's go add it. We'll be using react-native-reanimated. And we will be using layout animations. We'll be using the predefined animations, so there won't be much like configuring. We'll just use a preset. So let's go ahead and install it. First, grab this script. Let's run it. And we also need to add this plugin to our bubble config. We have to add it as last. All right. Okay, and nothing else. Just do pod install. Okay, after it has installed, run yarn start and go ahead to Xcode and rebuild our project. Okay, when it's done, we want to go to our map search bar here. And this now is a simple container. It's just a view. What we want to do is we want to change this view to be reanimated view. And to do this, let's go to map search bar here. And we change this style, this view to be animated from react-native-reanimated that view like this. And here, when we have container, we want to add a prop called entering, like this. And now we will specify the preset that it should follow. So it will be fade in down. I think like this. Let's check it. Okay, it's not moving. All right, let's go to map screen and see if the root is visible. Then return null. Okay, let's check one more thing. Let's do if route is visible or model visible like this. And you can see it's moving up when we close the model like this. All right. Now let's see Starbucks. We go back and did it move? Yep, it moved from the bottom. All right, just as we wanted it to do. So now we can start to work on the last piece of our application, and that is this choose your right bottom sheet. And this sheet just shows us the list of available types of rides. So UberX, van, comfort, Uber parcel, so on and so forth. And it also shows us the dynamic price of our ride. It is based on the length and the distance of our route. So we're gonna use a library called React Native bottom sheet to display this bottom sheet. And in order to install it, go ahead to this web page, copy the script. Let's close it for now. Just paste this script. All right. And now we have to add a bunch of other things. Because we already have react-native-reanimated, we just want to add react-native gesture handler. So do yarn add react-native gesture handler. And we can see that react-native gesture handler needs extra steps to finalize its installation. So open this link and let's follow the installation steps. All right. And yeah, we can see that we also need to add this to our root of application. So let's go to app.tsx and yeah, cut this and do root gesture, no, what was it? Gesture handler root view. So gesture handler root view like this, and give it a style of flex1. All right. Now let's be sure and do npx pod install to install React Native gesture handler. I'm not sure if it requires pod installation, but let's check it. Yes, as you can see, the pod has been installed. So now we have to rebuild our project. So open Xcode,
Command R, and the project will be rebuilt. Okay, the app is rebuilt, and now we can create our choose right bottom sheet. So let's go to components, create a new folder. Let's call it choose right bottom sheet. Yeah, delete that folder and copy the name, create a new file, and let's just export it. So index.ts, export or from this one, and here do RAFC, and let's just return bottom sheet like this. But yeah, that's the wrong import, but let's not worry about it now. And here do bottom sheet section list, as we'll be using this in the future. And for example, do sections equals empty array for now. And here let's specify the snap points. So those are the values that the bottom sheet will snap itself to. So let's do, like, for example, 20, 50, and 80. We'll adjust those values later. So do const snap points equals, let's say, 20, 50, and 80, like this. Snap points equals snap points. And we have to fix this import. So copy this name, delete this import, and import it from here, like this. All right, we can also move React above. And now let's go to map screen. And here we want to check if modals is root visible. If it is, then we want to show choose right bottom sheet. If it's not, then we want to return null, like that. All right, let's see if anything will appear at the bottom. So go here, select McDonald's, and you can see that indeed we have our modal at the bottom. So now, as you can see, sometimes when we expand this sheet, it can cover our root, and we don't want this to happen. We always want the user to see the root, with the exception of when he opens this sheet to the maximum point. And also we can change this 80% to 100%. Oh, maybe let's do 90. Yeah, something like that. We'll later adjust it so that this sheet is just beneath this cutout. Right, so if the user moves the sheet from the first snap point to the second, we want to add some padding to the map so that this root is shown in this not covered area of the map. So to do this, we can utilize an callback called onChange, and let's do so. Let's do interface props on change is a function with index of type number and returns void, like this, and choose right. Let's do onChange, and here specify onChange. All right, like this. Now let's go to our use map screen, and here let's create a function called constant handle bottom sheet, or maybe how did I call it? Choose right
All right, so handle bottom sheet change index number, and let's console log the index. Pass it here. So operations handle bottom sheet change like this, and let's see if it is console logged. 0, 1, and 2. All right, and we can also go ahead to choose right bottom sheet, and here specify index property 1, and this will make the initial snap point the second one, so 50%, just how we want it. Right, so now what we want to do is in the use map screen file, where we have this function, we want to use this. Let's just copy it. All right, and here what we want to do is, based on the index value, we want to adjust this bottom padding number. Right, so let's maybe create a new folder. Let's call it, for example, constants. And here let's create a file called bottom sheet snap points.ts, like this. And let's copy those snap points, cut, and export them from here. Let's call it, for example, right sheet snap points, like this. And here do but not with capital, and here do it like this. And in our constant file we can export const map right sheet index to map padding, and let's do maybe something like, okay, let's try and let's get const height equals dimensions get screen, like this. And here let's do height multiply by 0.2, height 0.5, and height 0.9, like this. Let's just leave it for now. We'll adjust it later if needed. And here what we want to do is to map right sheet index to map padding and pass here index, like this. All right. And now you can see, oh, that's my mistake. It doesn't have to do anything when it's on the second index. So let's go back here and leave it like this. So this is our like regular map. We move it and you can see the root is visible here, but this thing obstructs the view a bit. So we can come back here and add maybe scale 20. Oh, so maybe 30.
Let's see. All right, 30 looks good. Now what we want to do is we want to show something to the user, show the section list items to the user. So let's create first fake data that we will display to the user. I can show you how it will look like. So we want to create a file from which we will export those informations. So yeah, like just a data structure that the application would get from the backend if the backend would be developed. Okay, now we can start by going to our folder here and create a file called mock data, as this data will be only used in this component. All right, and here let's export const write data equals empty array like this, and because this will be a section, so we can also create a type section equals title string, and data will be for now let's do any array like this, but next step we will create a type for this any type. So let's do writes data array of sections like this, and now let's create a type of the item that will be in the data array of our section object. So let's go to types. Here we can create write item.ts like this, and do export type write item equals, and here we want to do name for the name of our rights, like for example Uber X or Uber Van. We can change it to type maybe because it's a type of a right, and do later description string ETA number max passengers. It can be a number or null, and then do ID string and do price. And in terms of price, we will do one more type here. So we're gonna do export type write item price. We're gonna do pricing per kilometer, so it's gonna be a number, per minute, also a number, and currency string like this. Put it here, write item price. And all right, let's go now to our mock data, and here we're gonna add some data to our write data. So first of all, let's do change this any to write item like this, and do title recommended. It's a title for our first section. And in the data, let's do ID1. Sorry, let's do with the string ID1 type Uber X max passengers. Let's do 4. Now we can do price. It will be, for example, per kilometer 0.0, per minute 0.5, currency, let's do dollars, and also we need ATA, so let's do 5 minutes, and description, let's do
good cars, good prices, like a generic description. So copy this, let's add 2 more, change the ID, and here we can do 1, max passengers, let's do 6, per kilometer we can do, or maybe 8. Per kilometer, let's do 1.2. Per minute, let's do 0.7. Leave the currency, and ETA, let's make it bigger. Let's do 8. And here, let's do comfort. Max passengers are so 4. Per kilometer, let's do 1. Per minute, let's do 0.6. ETA, let's do 6. All right. Now copy this whole object, and here we can do popular, and would be 4, 5, and 6. And in the popular we can do, for example, Uber parcel, max passengers null, and do, well, we can leave this pricing here. Later we can do Uber pets, and here let's do max passengers 3, and the price can be similar to this, just maybe do 1.9. ETA 5, and here we can do Uber green, leave the price as it is. All right, select it again, paste it, or maybe we can add a bunch of more here also. So let's also do Uber black, and max passengers 4, per kilometer let's do 2, and 0.9, and ETA let's do 15 minutes. All right, now this one, and here we can do just one, so name it economy, and delete those 2 objects. This is gonna have an ID of 8, and maybe here do Uber scooter like this, and max passengers will be so what, 1, and price per kilometer, let's do it cheap, so like 0.5 and 0.3. ETA, let's do 1 minute, and save. And here we have our mock data that we will supply to choose right bottom sheet. So here in the sections, delete this array and do right data like this. Let's just delete this and access it. Yeah, like this. Oh, okay. So we have to supply some render item function. So do constant render section item equals, let's just return null for now. So here render item equals render section. Just copy, paste it like this, and let's see. All right, so next we will create a UI item to display our data in this section list. Okay, now let's create the right list item component for our bottom sheet list. And here I've noticed that when we select our destination and we show the route, first it focuses it fits the route without the bottom sheet involved, like considered, and then it focuses it again and considers the padding of the bottom sheet. So let's fix it quickly. I think that we don't need this because this will... Do we need it or we don't need it? I don't think that we need it. Let's try to delete it. And now let's open Starbucks. All right, close it. And we are recentered to the user location. Yeah, so yep, I think it's good. We don't need this. We can delete it. Everything else is fine. All right, go back. And now let's open source folder. In our choose right bottom sheet folder, let's create a folder called components, like this, because we want to be using this right item list component anywhere else in the app. So I think that we can create it here. So components, let's also create a new component. Let's call it choose right choose right item, like this. Copy the name, create the SX, create styles, and create index.ts, export all from choose right item, like this. And let's close all the things that we don't need. Right here, create a simple component, return null for now, because why not? And here in the render section item, all right, let's return choose right item, like this. But of course, let's delete this and add like here, like this. All right. Okay, we don't see anything. That's good. So let's start maybe with providing some props for our choose right item. Let's do interface, choose right item props. And what we want to have here is, first of all, title. It will be the type, the name, price of type string. Description, also a string. And ETA will be a number. Max passengers will be a number or a null. Selected will be a boolean. And now we also want to add an onPress, like this. Oh, sorry, like that. And we also want to add a variant property. This will be because when the user will expand the list to the maximum, we will show additional information in the choose right item component. So this variant will just tell us if the user has expanded the list to the maximum. So let's do maybe compact or expanded, like this. Add it here. All right. And now we can create our container here, which will be let's do styled pressable equals styled pressable. Here we want to add theme and later return, like this. And we also want to add here extra prop. So do type style pressable equals, and we want to add selected like that. And here added style pressable and selected. All right. So let's style it. We want to add flex direction of row, border color. Let's go to colors first. And here in the components, let's add choose right item border or selected border color will be palette black, and normal border color will be palette.white, like this. So border color, if it's selected, then we want to do theme colors components, choose right item, selected border color. If it's not, then we want to do theme.colors .components, choose right item, border color, like this. Let's add a width. So border width will be of scale 1. Let's give it a height of scale 85. Align items center, of course. Border radius of scale 15. Padding horizontal scale 10, and margin horizontal scale 10. And we also want to do overflow hidden, because the lack of this property of the style caused some bug, as I remember. All right, so let's return it. Style pressable, imported, like this. Let's also add here 2 of the props. So let's add selected and on press. So select with equals selected, and on press equals on press. All right. Go back to our choose right item, and now we will create a component for our car image. Let's display it. And here do require assets / Uber X JPEG, because meanwhile I've just added an UberX image from Google to our assets folder. You can do it on your own. And here we can see that we have the cars. All right, let's continue with the styling. All right, so here we can add a spacer. Let's give it some width. Let's maybe do scale 5. All right. And now we want to add a container for the text. So go to choose right item. And this will have flex direction row and flex shrink 1. Oh, wrong file. All right. And in our text container, we want to add an icon and add some text. So just follow me here and copy what I do. So export const container equals style.view, just normal one. Okay, put it here. And here let's do custom text, but we're gonna have to add a new variant in this custom text. So before we do this, let's actually go to our choose right bottom sheet. And here, let's add all the missing props to this choose right item. Right. So what we want to do is we want to give a type to this render section item. We want to do this of section list render item and pass here our right item like this. Here we can get the item. And now let's pass all the props. So let's do key equals item dot id. Yeah. Then do, well, let's omit the variant for now. Let's do compact. Later we will add it to be dynamic. On press, let's just put an empty function. Now do title equals item dot type. Price, let's also add it. Let's, for example, do, I don't know, 50. Later we will adjust it. ETA equals item.eta. Description equals item.description. Selected, let's do false for now. Or maybe let's do item.id equals 1 like this. And max passengers equals item dot max passengers like this. All right. And close it. Let's go back. And I want to add more border width because this doesn't look very nice. Yeah, I think that this looks better. All right. And yeah, we wanted to create a new custom text variant. So let's go back to our custom text. And here, let's go to the custom text styles. And here, let's add export cons, let's call it header text equals style to text theme return and font weight of 500. Nice. Go to custom text, copy this, paste it, add here no variant. So header, and if it's header, then return header text. All right, here do variant header and paste here title. Nice, we can see the title now, the type of our write. Now let's add a spacer, width 5, scale 5. Here, let's check if max passengers isn't null. So if it isn't, and if the component is selected or it's extended, and we will check if it's extended by creating a variable. So let's do const is extended equals variant is equal to extended. All right, if both of those are true, then we want to return let's do null. So yeah, if both are true, then we want to return an icon and icons like this. All right, we want to return an icon of name person and of size scale 14, like this. And we also want to display a number of passengers. So let's do custom text variant equals main. Body. And in here, do max passengers to string, like this. All right, we can see now that UberX accepts 4 passengers and it doesn't do anything right now. Okay, later we want to check still here if our component is extended. If it is, then we want to display the ETA number. And for now, let's just return custom text like this and put here, I don't know, like maybe do, I don't know, 1450, like this. Variant equals body, and later we will change this. So, sorry, my bad. So if it's not extended, then show the ETA. Yeah, like this. Later we will do this so that it is dynamic, and it uses the ETA, and it adds the ETA to our actual time. But for now, let's leave it as it is. And now let's also check x extended. If it is, then we want to return something. If it's not, then return null. And here return custom text and do variant. Let's see if we have this variant in our custom text. Yeah, variant caption. And inside, let's do description. All right. But it has to be extended to see the description. And now here, let's add custom text and variant of header. And here we gonna only display the price. So do price like this. Doesn't look good now, but it will in the future. And I think that, yeah, this is like our basic component. So now let's create a hook that will get us our date, and we'll change this a bit to display the actual date that the actual time that the car will come for us. Okay, go to your folders, and in our hooks folder, create a file called useDate.ts. All right. And what we want to do in this hook is, first of all, we want to use a package called day.js. We're going to use it to work with dates and time. And what we second want to do is we want to create an interval that will run every 1 second, and it will see if hours or minutes or date has been changed. And if it was changed, then we will update our state and return the updated value. We don't want this hook to update its state and therefore render our components every second, because we won't display seconds anywhere in this application. We just want to update it like every changed minute. So every new minute that this hour has changed, we're gonna update the state and cause the components to render. So here, let's start with creating a state that will hold our date. So let's do const date set date equals use state, and let's here do day.js parentheses. So this will create a day.js object with a current day and give it a type of day.js like this. Okay, and now we can create a use effect hook. Use effect snippet like this. And here what we can do is we can create an interval. So let's do interval ID equals set interval, a function, and let's run it every 1 second like this. And what we want to do here is we want to check if the date that we have here is different from the date that is from the current date, like which will change every 1 second. So let's here check if day.js format date month year hour and minute is not equal to date.format. We can just copy this. If it's not equal, then we want to update it. So set date day.js like this. And after we run this interval, we want to add this interval ID to our array of internal interval IDs. So let's create it. We're gonna use ref for this. So the interval IDs equals use ref. Okay, let's do an empty array for now. And here we're gonna specify type of node.js that timeout that array like this, and let's import it as effect. So here we're gonna do interval IDs that current that push interval ID like this. All right. And let's here create a return function. So let's do return. And here what we want to do is we want to clear all the intervals. So let's do interval IDs that current that for each ID we want to do clear interval ID like this. And all right, so we have to create like a copy of this interval IDs array. So interval IDs equals interval IDs. And here, let's use this one. All right. And we want to return date from this hook like this. So now let's go ahead and use it in our choose right item. So let's access our date. Let me see how did I return it. We want to return here an object with date. I mean, you don't have to do this like an object, but I prefer to do it like this. So let's use date, imported, right? And here, what we want to do is we want to create, let me see, a conditional return. So if our component is selected, then we want to return date. We want to add our ETA. This ETA is specified in minutes. We want to format it in HHMM format. And yeah, we also want to add a dot character. So just type it here, open it, copy this pretty dot and paste it here. So yeah, dot and type in ETA means to arrival like that. And yeah, for now let's return null. So, and here we want to do, so if it's not selected, then we want to do just this. So we just want to display the date. And to be honest, we can just copy this, create a constant for it. So let's maybe do const, I don't know, formatted ETA equals this, or maybe, yeah, let's leave it. And here, let's do formatted ETA and formatted ETA like this. Okay, so now you can see that when we select an item, we see our current time plus 5 minutes, and we see that we have 5 minutes to arrival. And for not selected types of ride, we just can see the hour without this information. Oh, and you can see that the time has updated, but 5 minutes has been added to our new time. So our hook is working, and the time here in this components is being updated. Now let's work on our pricing of the application so that we are displaying dynamic price here and with our currency. So let's go to utils, and here let's create a file called calculate. Let's go calculate ride price.ts, and here we're gonna export the function calculate ride price like this. It will be a simple function, not a hook, not anything. And we want to pass two parameters. First, we want to pass a price, and this will be of type ride item price. And second of all, we want to pass route info, and this route info will be the selected information of selected route. We'll get this from our use map screen hook. So here let's do map directions response. All right, and in our function we want to do if route info because it can be undefined. So we want to do const distance duration. We're going to destructure our route info component, and we want to return a string. So do open parentheses and do math.round, and here we want to add price per kilometer times distance plus price per minute times duration, and take this times 100, and outside of math random divided by 100, and wrap all of this in parentheses, and here do 2 fixed because we only want to leave 2 fraction digits, and we also want to add here at the end here we want to add our price dot currency like this, and we are returning it. And if route info is not defined, we want to return empty string like this. So in our choose right bottom sheet here, let's do this function. So calculate right price, put here item dot price like this. All right, now we can see that this is gone because this is an empty string because we're not passing the second argument, that is our route info. So let's go to use map screen, and we have our route info. Okay, where is it? Set map directions. Okay, it's called map directions. All right, so let's return map directions, go to map screen. In the map screen, let's pass here, let's do route info equals modals dot map directions. Well, let's maybe also call it map directions. Go back to this. Here we have to add the props So do map directions, do map directions response like this, but also make it not required. Map directions, and here pass map directions. And now you can see that we have a dynamic price of our rides. Each ride has a different pricing model, and therefore its price is different. Okay, now let's create functionality which will enable us to select a different type of our ride. So let's copy the name of this file, and here, okay, close it. And here, let's create a new file. Let's call it create a hook. So like this, export, choose bottom right sheet, return null, export const. As usual. And here we want to create a state. So, okay, let's do const selected right, set selected right, maybe like this, use state, and here our default will be, let's first specify the type. So it will have a type of ride item, and as a default we're gonna pass the first object of our array. So rise data that data 0. So we're gonna select the first element of our sections, and the first section and the first item in this section. All right, and let's also create a handler function. So let's do const handle right item press, and here we're gonna pass a right item. Let's do item right item, and we're gonna return a function set selected right item like this. Now let's return both of those constants. So let's do modals selected right operations handle right item press right, and go to our choose bottom right sheet, and here let's access our hook. So do const modals operations equals use choose right bottom sheet, fix the import like this, right? So here in selected, let's do item.id equals modals.selected right.id like this, and in onPress we're gonna do operations that handle right item press and do item right. Let's close it, open it up again, and when we press the items, you can see that they are being selected. Great. Let's create a header for our bottom sheet list. So go to the components. Yeah, here we can create a folder called header. All right. Like this. Let's create a container. Give it a height of, let's try 60 for now. And align items center. And here we want to have a container. Okay, and do custom text. Choose your right, and the variant will be header. Let's also do a spacer, give it a height of scale 15, let's try it. And add a divider. All right, add it here. So do list header component like this, and just do header and fix this import. Let's reload the application. All right, and we have our header. I think maybe we can make it a little bit smaller. So maybe let's try 50. Does it look good? Yeah, I think 50 is all right. Let's also create headers for individual sections. So create a folder for it, section header. Create a container. Give it a height of, let's try 40 for now, but we'll probably will have to make it smaller. Okay, let's do 40. Import it. So container, here do custom text, variant equals header, and we're gonna pass the title via props. So let's do title, and it's gonna be a string. Title, section header props, and pass here the title property like this. All right, go to choose right bottom sheet and create a function const render section header equals, and let me check one thing. Yeah, and here we're gonna pass the structured section. It's gonna have a type of section. Oh, so section gonna have a type of section list data, right item, like this, yeah. Right, and so here we're gonna return section header title equals section dot key. I believe so. No, sorry, section dot title. And pass the function here. So render section header. Okay, and we see that we got it. Let's do one more thing. Let's do justify content center. All right, and yeah, we need to make it smaller, so maybe let's do 30. All right, and now in the section header, let's give it some padding on the left side. So do spacer, width equals scale. Let's try 10. Oh yeah, my bad. We also need to add here flex direction row, and then for change it to align items center. Okay, and let's try 10. No, 15. $20. Yeah, I like it with 25, and let's also do 35. All right. We can see that this is sticking, and we don't want this. So in choose right bottom sheet, do section sticky section headers enabled. Type in false. Now they won't stick. That's good. And we don't want them to be showing when the user has when this bottom right sheet is not fully expanded. So let's add it now. To do this, we're gonna go to choose right bottom sheet. Here we're gonna specify a new constant. So do constant, new state. So it's gonna be snap index, set snap index equals use state, and the initial value will be 1. So, and to be honest, I don't think that we even no, sorry, of course we need it. So snap index, and let's create a handler. So handle right bottom sheet change equals index of type number, set snap index number, sorry, index. All right, and now we want to use this onChange event, but we want to pass both this onChange function and the one that we've created. So let's here pass operations that handle bottom sheet change. Yeah, and then take this and pass it as an object to our use choose right bottom sheet. Copy the type of this, and here let's create an interface for this hook, and to use choose right bottom sheet props with a capital. On change and fire it like this. Okay, I think that this should be enough. Oh yeah, we forgot to pass here an index. Now let's try it. And voila, it works. Okay, so back in our component, we want to check one thing. We want to see if... Okay, let's do const is item expanded equals models dot snap index equals to. So if this is true, then we want to return section header. If it's not, we want to return null. So now you can't see the header. And also in the variant here, let's pass is item expanded. If it is, do expanded. If it's not, do compact. All right. So now if we expand the list, you can see that we see the description and we also see the header here, just like it's supposed to be. And we can change this is item expanded. Let's do is bottom sheet expanded like this. Now let's create this footer for our bottom right sheet, and we will only show it when the user is either on snap point 0, snap point 1, or snap point, or when he is in snap point index 2, we're gonna animate it out of the screen. So let's go to our components folder and here create a footer. Create files for it. And also a styles file. All right. Let's already add it here. So wrap this in a fragment and add footer here. Let's import it. All right. And let's start with creating a container. So we want to open the styles and do export const container equals styled. And here do animated from react-native-reanimated that view. Like this. And we want to access here a theme. And that's it for now. Return. Let's give it a height of, let's say, scale 70, but we're probably gonna need to make it a bit bigger, so we'll adjust it. Import styled. All right, and background color of theme that colors that common that background. We also wanted to give a width of 100% and align items center like this. Let's go back to our app. Yeah, and we can see something at the bottom, but 70 is way too small. Let's try 140. Yeah, that's more like it. Maybe 120 for now. All right. And next we want to, let's see. Let's add here a divider like that, and a spacer of height equals scale 15. All right. And now we're gonna create a container for our icons and our text, so a horizontal one. So let's do export con. Align self center. Oh, sorry, it will be flex start. Align items center and padding horizontal. Let's do scale 20. All right. Now we need an icon container. So let's do icons container equals style.view. Let's give it a width of scale 65, height of 38, border radius of scale 65 divided by 2, background color, and let me see one thing. Yeah, so we are now creating this gray component. It goes all the way here, and later we will show the black icon, the white icon with a black circle in front of it. So let's head back, and we got to add the colors to our theme folder. We're gonna use a lighter gray color. So, okay, let's add a new one. Let's do right bottom sheet. And here, let's say footer icon container background, and let's do palette dot lighter gray. And the same way we want to do footer icon, maybe let's do footer circle icon background like this, and do palette black. All right. And I think that the same way we're gonna need to we need to add a color for those two icons. So let's do primary icon color, or maybe let's do first icon color, or okay, let's do left icon color. It's gonna be palette dot white, and let's do right icon color and to do palette dot, what was it? I think it was, yeah, so right will be the default, so it's gonna be black, so we don't need to change it. But here let's change it, and let's do okay, footer left icon color and footer right icon background and footer left icon background. Okay, like this. So do theme dot colors dot components dot right bottom sheet dot footer right icon background. Right. And we also want to do align items center, justify content flex end, and let's give it a padding of 10 and flex direction row. Go back here to icon container like this, save it, and we can see our light gray container. It looks good. And now here let's pass two icons. So we're gonna do first one. So let's do icon, and of course we need to change it. So icons and change it to a default import. Okay, icon. We're gonna do name equals person, color will be const theme equals use theme, like this. Color equals theme dot colors dot components dot right bottom sheet right left icon color. Copy this, paste it, and yeah, also give it a size. So that size will be scale 14, like this. All right, and now here let's change it to briefcase sharp, and we're gonna delete the color, and now we got a black briefcase. All right, so we want to style this a bit differently. So go to our styles and create export const left icon container equals styled dot view with a theme, return, and give it a width of scale 38, height scale 38, border radius scale 38 divided by 2. Now background color will be theme.colors.components.right bottom sheet, and footer left icon color. Oh, sorry, footer left icon background. And then do align items center, justify content center, and we want to move it a bit to the left side. So let's do left scale -8. That should be it. And just wrap this icon in our left icon container. All right, now it looks good. Okay, now let's add a text to our footer. So create a text container. It will just have one style. So do flex 1, very basic one, and add it here. So do text container, and here we're gonna add our custom text component. So the first one will have a name, a value of personal, and a second one will be Apple pay like this. Now we got to style them a bit. So the second one will have a variant of caption, the one that we already have, but the first one will have a new variant. So let's go to our custom text styles and create here a new variant. Let's maybe call it header to text and do font size 15 and leave the rest as it is. Or maybe not header 2, but let's do maybe small header. Let's call it like that. You can call it whatever you like. Okay, add a new case. So let's do small header, all SM header, and add a new case. So case SM header will return small header text. All right, copy this one, close it, add a variant, SM header. All right, nice. And we have to add here a spacer, give it a bit of space. So let's do scale 10. All right, it looks pretty. And we also want to add here an icon. You want to add a chevron. So let's do name equals chevron forward. Size will be scale 16 and color. Okay, it's a black color, so we want to do a color equals theme.colors that, let's see, we want it to be gray, so let's just give it colors that typography that common. All right, and let me see. No, not common, body. Okay, and now let's give it a spacer like this. Height, let's try scale 15. And now here we need to add a new global component, create a new one, and we're gonna create this nice black button. So let's close that folder and let's in common create a folder. Let's call it action button. Copy the name and do action button.tsx, action button.styles.cs, and of course an index file. Let's import it right away so you can see how it will look when we work on it. So let's add here an action button. Let's go to action button styles folder and create a pressable for our button. So export const styled pressable equals styled dot pressable, and we're gonna use a theme here. So return, and let's give it a height of scale 50, width of 100%, and align items center and justify content center. We also want to give it a background color, and we're gonna have to add a new prop to our, a new value to our colors object. So here in components, do action button and do background color and palette that black. Let's see. We also want to do font color and do palette white. All right, so theme that colors that components that action button that background color. Let's return it here. So it was style pressable from action button styles. All right, let's not worry about it right now. Okay. Now let's have a text here, so custom text, and we're gonna pass the text from the props. So let's get it. Text like this, and our custom text will have a variant of header, and we're also gonna pass there a color. So do const theme equals use theme, and let me see if custom text. Okay, we cannot pass it a color right now, but let's just add it here in the interface. So do color string and get it here. All right, and do something like this. So do const shared props equals, and here we can create an object, add style, and we're gonna do it like this. If color is defined, then we want to pass a object like this, color. Sorry, font. No, color. If it's not, then an empty object, and just structure it here. All right. So let's do color equals theme that colors that components that action button that font color like this. And also let's create a props for an interface for this component. So action button props text, it will be required, and let's do string. All right, so here let's do text equals, so text will be of, let's not right now do choose, and here should be a selected right type, but we have to pass it to our footer. So let's do interface footer props and do selected right of type right item. All right, and it will be choose. Now selected right that type like this. We get an error, and let's go to choose right bottom sheet. And here we have to pass selected right. So selected right equals models dot selected right. And now we have choose Uber X, choose one, and it changes. All right. So let's add a bit more space here. So in the footer, we have a container, and we want to add either margin or inset. We're gonna try it right now. So do const insets equals use save area insets like this. Pass to the container inset bottom, or just pass the whole object. So insets equals insets, and in footer styles, let's create type for it. So type container equals what insets, and it will have a type of this, and pass it here, and we have insets here. Right? Did it good? Nope. So do it here, I believe. Yeah. And do margin bottom. No, it has to be padding bottom. So do insets that bottom. If it's not defined, do 5. All right. So we also want to do scale 120 plus insets bottom. Let's try it this way. And yeah, let's see if we need this. Okay, no, we don't. So let's do plus insets bottom or plus scale 5. Or let's do scale 10. And wrap it in parentheses. Delete this padding bottom. All right, now what we want to do is we want to give this button a little bit of padding. Let's see. So I think that, yeah, we're gonna do padding 20. And in order to be able to do this, we have to create a new container for the button. So do export const button container equals styled.view, and just do flex1 and add padding horizontal scale 20. Go to our footer and wrap this in the button container. Oh, that's way too much. Let's see. So change this to give it a width of 100%. All right, that's better. So now we want to animate this footer. And to do this, we're gonna create an animated styles object. But first, let's add a new property. It will be an offset and type of shared value. And we're gonna pass a number to it. And this offset will be like using this value, we will configure and change the transform y value of our container. So let's go to choose right bottom sheet, and here we're gonna add it. So, well, yeah, go to choose right bottom sheet here, and you know what, we can take this and we can define it here. We can just do snap index equals to and return it, because we're gonna need it in this hook also. So here just do modals dot like that, save it. Okay, and here we're gonna create a use effect. And we want to check if is bottom sheet expanded. Oh yeah, sorry, but before that we're gonna create our footer offset, of course, and gonna use shared value, and we're gonna start with 0 because first we don't want to give our footer any offset. So now if bottom sheet is expanded, that means that we want to hide it. We're gonna do footer offset that value equals scale, and let's do 200. It doesn't really matter. And else let's do footer offset value, let's import scale, equals 0 and add it here. Why I said that this doesn't matter is because although our footer has a height of 120 plus inside bottom, we can just type here 200 because we know that the footer is always less than 200, and 200 will make a job of hiding this footer. Right, so in the models, return the footer offset, and here pass an offset equals modals.footer offset. Let's see, offset is never used. Yeah, because here in the footer now we have to create the styles. So const animated styles equals use animated style, and pass here a function which will return an object with transform value, and open array and do an object here, so translate y, and pass here an offset like this. Let's see. Oh yeah, it should be with timing, and here offset that value because you want to add timing to our animation, and here pass style animated style like this, and this should work. So let's see, we can see it. When we open it, it hides. When we close it, it appears. All right, that's what we wanted. And now what we have to do is we have to adjust our snap points values, because as you can see, I can hide our footer and nothing is visible, and the first the first item should be visible. Later, only 3 items from the first section should be visible, and so on. All right, so let's do this and go open our bottom sheet snap point, and we're gonna need to adjust this function a bit, because I mean this array, we want to make it a function. So do it like this. Nothing good. And here we're gonna pass insets, edge insets like this, because you have to be able to work with insets here. All right, let's make it a function. Yeah, so return for now. Okay, doesn't matter, but or you know what, yeah, let's pass insets here. So do const insets equals use insets like this, and yeah, pass here insets. All right, okay, So what do we know? We know that our footer is 120 plus bottom inset or plus 10. So we have to take this height, we have to add it to 3 of our elements, which are choose right item styles, which have 85, and then we have to add this header. All right, so let's do it one by one. First of all, let's do const, and let's do footer height equals scale 120 plus insets.bottom or plus scale 10, and of course import scale and wrap this in parentheses. We are good. Then do const item height equals scale 85, and do const header height equals, and header is equal to, that's the header, container 50. So header height will be scale 50. All right, and the first one is gonna be footer height plus 1 item height plus header height. Right, let's see if it works. Almost. So the reason that this is happening is because when you go to our header, and let's give it a background color of green like this, you can see that this top element, this handle, is not like counted in our header height, and this actually has a height of 24. So we have to add this value, and when we do so, we should be good. So here, let's add plus 24. All right, and you can see that, yeah, we just see the first element. Great. So actually, we can take this plus 24 and just add it to our height, header height, like this. All right. And now for 50, what we want to do is you want to do footer height plus header height plus, and now we're gonna do rights data. Is it right? Yeah. Plus, no, right data first section dot data dot length times item height, like this. Oh, nice. We just see the 3 elements, nothing more. And for the whole, we can do what we can do. We can do the height of the screen minus the inset top. Let's try it. So do height minus insets dot top. Yep, it looks good in my opinion. And if we don't have any inset, let's try it. We'll see how it looks on Android. All right. So let's adjust those value a bit. Instead of 0.2, we can do 0.3. Let's see if it looks better. Yeah, it does. And for the second one, maybe let's try 45. How does it look? All right, let's now maybe select Golden Gate. And this looks all right. and this also looks all right. Okay, so let's leave those values. And now we can see if it looks the same on Android. Okay, let's see how it looks on Android. So open our search, select Google Golden Gate Bridge. And okay, let's try again. All right. And you can see that, yeah, we see 3 of those. When we minimize it, we see 1. When we open it full screen, we see all of them. And I think that it looks really good.